The narrative commences with a lad called John who resides in his dilapidated workspace, his countenance brimming with anxiety and trepidation. The root of his anguish is the looming insolvency of the enterprise he has been laboring for, which indicates his occupation is also drawing to a close. He perceives confinement in a maelstrom of sentiments such as rage, despondency, sorrow, and uselessness, each vying for supremacy within his psyche. Inundated by his reflections, he retrieves his mobile device and calls his supervisor to obtain additional details. Nevertheless, it swiftly becomes evident that his employer is disinclined to aid because the communication is suddenly terminated. The telephone system apprises him that the recipient is presently occupied, urging him to convey a message through voicemail. The location where he is stationed is a disarrayed jumble of documents and records from his workspace. Casting an apprehensive look at his device, he whispers to himself that he is becoming unhinged. In a flash, his composed manner transforms to fury as he vociferates in exasperation about his supervisor's neglect to answer the call, voicing his perplexity over what he ought to do if there is no acknowledgement. As his considerations descend, he grasps that he is gravely losing composure. Following that occasion, 6 weeks have elapsed. One evening, John ambles along the thoroughfares, enveloped by throngs of individuals reveling. Whilst he stays fretful, urgently pursuing employment, he initiates a call to a prospective employer. However, the proprietor curtly interrogates what he desires from it, implying that he appears excessively mature to labor at their cafe. John endeavors to reply serenely, reassuring the proprietor that he comprehends. Yet the proprietor interrupts him and disconnects promptly. Feeling crestfallen by the rebuff, he softly vocalizes to himself that even securing temporary employment has grown arduous, owing to his maturity. Returning his device to his pocket, he contemplates with a somber spirit that it is challenging to accept it has been over a month, and he remains without a position or even a short-term assignment. As he strolls, he remarks internally that this is a grave predicament. He is in genuine difficulty presently because if he settles his telecommunications invoice, his available funds will diminish to nothing, and he still faces next month's rent approaching. Immersed in his contemplations, he abruptly perceives that he is positioned before a location that appears remarkably luminous. Bewildered, he muses aloud if this spot was consistently so brightly illuminated. Surveying his surroundings, he ascertains he is standing before a neighborhood market, its radiant illumination piercing through the darkness. Astonished, he questions himself when such a substantial emporium debuted here. Drawing nearer, he observes a handbill affixed to the market's glass entrance. Perusing it meticulously, he discovers they are recruiting temporary staff, accessible to all individuals, and to his immense relief, with no age limitations. As he absorbs the appearance of the leaflet, a flicker of optimism ignites in his soul, motivating him to venture inside. Upon arriving at the customer service counter, he is met by a composed and amiable attendant. He indicates towards the advertisement and clarifies that he entered after noticing the temporary position notice. He inquires if the establishment is still seeking temporary personnel. To his amazement, the young woman merely gazes at him incredulously, not uttering a word. Perplexed, he ponders why she appears so astounded and queries whether she is oblivious to the handbill. Observing her reticence, he addresses her once more. Abruptly, her demeanor alters as comprehension illuminates her features. With enlarged eyes, she affirms that they are unquestionably still recruited. With a radiant grin, she presents herself, disclosing that she is the director of the establishment. He cannot resist contemplating. She resembles more a secondary school attendee than a director. With a vivacious manner, she departs the reception area gleefully, procures a seat for him at an adjacent table, and courteously requests him to be seated. As she scans around to propose some refreshment, she recollects to inquire about a beverage. She queries him what he would prefer, and reassures him to feel uninhibited to state his choice. Still mystified by her exuberant conduct, he responds that he would favor an Americano. After she furnishes him the beverage, she occupies a seat opposite him and commences to request his individual details, recording it upon a sheet of paper. He imparts his designation, and states that he is 29 years of age and dwells nearby. She then queries if he has previously labored at a convenience outlet. He answers that he has worked at one some years prior. Her countenance illuminates with elation at this intelligence, and she proclaims that he is the ideal candidate for the position, with the appropriate age and background. Precisely the individual she had been seeking. With a grin, she apprises him that she is in fact more senior than him, and asks if she may converse with him casually. He takes a draught of his beverage and readily concurs, though he cannot help but question if she genuinely is older than him, considering how youthful she appears. She clarifies that the employment terms at the convenience establishment encompass a fundamental agreement duration of 1 annum. She nonchalantly mentions that he will be required to work the nocturnal shift, each day from 10 post-meridium to 10 ante-meridium, while she manages the remaining business functions. Perceiving this, he feels somewhat dispirited, understanding that his slumber pattern will be entirely inverted. As she proceeds, detailing the compensations with a joyful demeanor, she notes a clear hourly pay of 20,001. Chan's orbs widen in astonishment, and before she can articulate further, he swiftly accepts the employment, fervently proclaiming that he will undertake. She inquires if he is certain he does not wish to deliberate. Then he clasps his beverage firmly, overcome with elation, and responds that he will commence working this day, thrilled by the remuneration. He is not keen on hearing about any other matter. Noticing his fervor, she is astounded, and asks if he would desire to affix his signature to the employment agreement then and there. He nods affirmatively and inscribes the document with a feeling of contentment. After he concludes completing the requisite forms, the director nears him and courteously inquires if he has finalized everything. He merely answers yes, grinning. She retrieves a garment for him and with a joyful countenance states that since he is beginning this day, they ought to initiate his staff orientation immediately. She dedicates the subsequent few hours acquainting him with the emporium, indicating where each product is situated and detailing the arrangement. Following approximately 3 hours, the instruction period concludes. In a placid manner, she remarks that she will be departing for home presently. Just as she is poised to depart, she suddenly recollects an item and notifies him that their purveyors might show up early in the morning. She requests him to ensure to inspect the consignments. Chan, somewhat perplexed, seeks elucidation. She clarifies that purveyors only arrive during pressing circumstances and assures him that she will oversee arranging the merchandise. However, he just needs to accept them. Then her manner shifts to a more solemn one, as she cautions him to manage dubious patrons prudently. He reassures her that she need not be concerned, as he is proficient in handling challenging clientele. Hearing this declaration, she conveys her reassurance and offers him another radiant grin. She extends him best wishes for his inaugural shift and requests him to oversee everything during her absence. With that, she gestures farewell and exits, leaving him to commence his duties with a joyful and driven spirit. He gestures in return, feeling pleased with how circumstances have unfolded, with a spirit brimming with thankfulness. He contemplates how gracious the director is, realizing that he can now settle his lodging payment. He experiences a surge of elation, not merely for securing a position with a bounteous hourly compensation, but also for having such a marvelous individual as his supervisor. He muses to himself that he has genuinely struck gold. In his thoughts, he pictures a scenario where he is laboring and she stands close by, whimsically stating that since he is additionally a law enforcement officer, he'll be capable of apprehending any wrongdoers swiftly in the establishment, and that there is no necessity to fret about the nocturnal shifts. As he mulls over his earnings, he activates the calculator application on his computer and starts manipulating the figures. He initiates by figuring his weekly remuneration, asserting that laboring 12-hour assignments, 7 days per week, would produce 1.68 million won when he contemplates his monthly income. He projects it to be approximately in the range of 6.7 million and 8.4 million won. He foresees that if he labors here for merely 1 annum, he could accrue a sum comparable to the base compensation of a 10-year seasoned employee at a prominent corporation. Feeling inundated with delight regarding his prospective remuneration, he pictures himself encircled by heaps of currency, his orbs glinting with exhilaration. He muses to himself that just a single month of labor could provide for numerous months' worth of subsistence costs. With revitalized resolve, He affirms to himself that he is dedicated to remaining present. As he is absorbed in these reflections, a patron approaches him. Chan snaps back to awareness and salutes him courteously. However, the patron retorts brusquely, merely inquiring where the oral hygiene implements are, just as Chan is about to guide him to their whereabouts. He abruptly stiffens his orbs, widening in disbelief at the patron's countenance. The gentleman insists on telling him the precise whereabouts of the oral hygiene implements. Yet Chan is momentarily inarticulate. He is utterly astonished because the patron's visage is truly anything but typical. It bears a likeness to that of a canine. In an irate manner, the patron with a canine-like visage sternly commands him to articulate something, labeling him an indolent fellow still reticent. Chan observes in bewilderment as the patron questions why he has abruptly ceased speaking and presses him anew concerning the whereabouts of the oral hygiene implements. The patron laments that he is already depleted from an arduous day of labor, and now this circumstance is vexing him even further, ultimately breaking from his astonishment. Sean courteously responds that the oral hygiene implements are situated at the extremity of the fourth juncture of the shelving units. The patron proceeds to the designated location, complaining that he should have articulated sooner. He again queries why he had been reticent prior to commencing his quest for the merchandise. Meanwhile, Chan remains dumbfounded by the patron's peculiar demeanor, musing whether it might be a prosthetic application for a cinematic production. He ponders if there's a film recording occurring nearby, and silently notes how remarkable the alteration is. After selecting an oral hygiene implement from the shelving units, the patron comes back to the counter and directly inquires about the cost. John inspects the tag and notifies him that it is priced at 21 won. The patron tenders a 10,000 won bill, seizes the oral hygiene implement, and commences to depart, remarking that he is exiting. John is taken aback, calls out to him, reminding him to retrieve his restitution. The patron casts a backward look, his demeanor turning irate as he retorts at him, asking if he desires to persist in troubling him. He instructs him to accept it or forego it, and to do whatever he wishes with the restitution. With that, he angrily exits the establishment. From behind the service area, Sean stays mystified by the patron's odd conduct. An uncommon appearance, he ponders to himself, if that gentleman could genuinely be a dubious individual, despite appearing entirely innocuous. Clasping his head in apprehension, he questions whether it was merely cosmetics, yet worries about how such lifelike cosmetics could even be possible. As he contemplates this, another patron enters the establishment, and Sean salutes him courteously. This instance, however, the new patron is even more peculiar. He transports a vessel laden with currency and deposits it on the counter with a resonance, holding a solitary piece of money in his grasp. He rotates it casually while fixing Chan with a solemn stare. In an authoritative manner, he directs him to exchange the currency for a 10,000 won note. Chan's orbs widen in shock as he perceives the appearance of the patron. In truth, this gentleman is also not terrestrial. He is a mythical creature and notably shorter than Chan. As the mythical creature spins the currency on his digit, Chan finds himself uncertain about what course of action to take. When the mythical creature insists that he expedite the transaction, Chan swiftly retrieves his device and dials the director's contact. When his superior answers, he conveys his exasperation, clarifying that she will not credit this. But a mythical creature just entered the convenience establishment. Hesitantly, he accedes to the mythical creature's demand and converts the currency without reluctance, tendering 30,000 won in exchange. The mythical creature departs the establishment with a grin, clasping the funds in his grasps. Depleted, John collapses to his knees and rests his cranium on the counter, inundated by the day's occurrences. His orbs widen in disbelief as he vocalizes to himself that he merely desires to return home. Still recovering from the astonishment, he understands that this is not a figment. It was unquestionably a mythical creature he met. After regaining his composure, he arises and tallies the currency anew, attempting to reconstruct how much he possessed. He recollects the instance when the mythical creature stood before him, his unkempt visage and grumbling manner as he enumerated the currency. This recollection only intensifies his exasperation and unease. He remembers dedicating 20 minutes enumerating 145 pieces of 101 each, and 31 pieces of 501 in a surge of apprehension. He activates the speaker function still linked to his superior. She calls his designation, inquiring if all the patrons have departed. John rests his cranium back on the counter, feeling inundated with a quavering articulation. He admits that he believes he is losing his sanity. He clarifies that the patron's appearances have been progressively peculiar, recounting how the initial patron possessed the head of a small canine and appeared incensed, followed by the mythical creature, who had entered to exchange a large quantity of currency for 30,000 won. After conveying his apprehensions to her, John inquires if what he detailed does not seem odd. The superior, however, reassures him in a placid manner that there is nothing unusual about it. She clarifies this transit zone is situated in the city center, which inherently results in a greater presence of kobolds and goblins. Chan's amazement intensifies at her declarations, but she adds that the goblin who converted 30,000 won worth of currency was especially forceful suddenly. A notion occurs to him, and he asks her to pause briefly, perplexed about the transit characteristic. He ponders why a convenience establishment would even require it. She merely responds that transit is vital for accessing clientele and also facilitates stock supervision. Feeling progressively apprehensive, he clasps his cranium and queries how a convenience establishment can transit. He wryly asks if he is employed by an establishment director or an enchanter with a self-assured manner. She confirms that she is unquestionably an enchanter and asks if he was not aware of that previously. John is left utterly dumbfounded by this disclosure. She commences to clarify further, revealing that her convenience establishment is imbued with enchantment. She adds that she performed the incantation herself, which permits the establishment to function by shifting between diverse locales. John stands immobilized, absorbing her peculiar clarification. She concedes that she ought to have notified him about this previously, but had neglected with a troubled countenance. He shifts away from the counter and nears the entrance, grasping the latch as he readies to unseal it. She reassures him that she will furnish more particulars tomorrow, but then inquisitively asks why he has been behaving so atypically. She observes that he appears like an individual from an entirely separate realm. As John unseals the entrance of the establishment to glance externally, his orbs widen in utter shock. He is dumbfounded to observe a bizarre spectacle unfolding before him. Peculiar entities are strolling about, casually conversing with each other. Amongst them are terrestrials with canine visages, young women displaying pinions and 3 ocular organs, and others with serpents for tresses. Some beings are quite petite, resembling rodents, while others appear like celestials gliding through the atmosphere. There are terrestrials with bovine craniums and diverse other faunal characteristics, and even enchanters levitating above the terrain, absorbing his environment. John understands that this vicinity is abundant with all varieties of entities, entirely dissimilar to the conventional terrestrials he is accustomed to. Just as he starts to assimilate this overwhelming spectacle, his superior chuckles over the communication device and reassures him that her prior remarks about varied species were simply a jest. She adds in a placid manner that if it were factual, it would be rather comical. Panicking greatly, John swiftly withdraws into the establishment and secures the entrance behind him, his extremities trembling with apprehension. He informs his superior, his articulation quavering, that her earlier pleasantry about originating from a different realm is in fact accurate, with perspiration trickling down his visage. He concedes that he genuinely is an individual from separate realm, on the other terminal of the connection. His superior, seated cozily at her residence with a packet of crisps, has her device levitating in the atmosphere beside her. When she perceives John's disclosure, her orbs widen in disbelief. Understanding the seriousness of the circumstance, she gazes at the device astounded and inquires what she ought to do presently. Meanwhile, within the establishment, John abruptly shrieks, startled by something he observes mirrored in the transparency of the entrance. His superior, alarmed, queries him what's amiss, and asks about the peculiar sound she just perceived. In truth, positioned externally is another distinctive figure, a young woman whose visage is concealed by tresses, displaying protuberances on her cranium and diminutive pinions on her shoulders. She applies her palm against the transparency, giving Chan a threatening stare, and flashing a perilous grin as she directs him to unseal the entrance. Overwhelmed by her manifestation, Chan's jaw slackens in shock, and he stumbles rearward. Impacting a shelving unit, his superior calls out once more, inquiring if he is unharmed and what is transpiring. Chan remains immobilized in apprehension, his gaze transfixed on the young woman, who is now chuckling menacingly. He ponders to himself if his superior might also be some variety of extraterrestrial entity. In an instant, the young woman thrusts the entrance open and enters the establishment, casually perusing the merchandise on exhibition. Meanwhile, Chan's superior grows uneasy and asks if he can perceive her. Noticing his reticence, he reassures her that he is attending and encourages her to proceed. She clarifies that it appears he has in some way traversed into their domain, but concedes she does not comprehend why this transpired, as she has never encountered anything comparable previously. As John crouches beneath the counter, listening attentively to his superior, while attempting to conceal himself from the peculiar young woman, he remains concentrated. He glances at her warily and informs his superior that they must devise a method to address the circumstance. He asks her how he ought to manage these diverse species. Observing the young woman anew, he perceives that she is seated on the flooring, chuckling in a bizarre fashion. Perplexed, he turns to his superior and portrays the unsettling spectacle, clarifying that the female patron is chuckling like a phantom. Hearing his portrayal, the superior feels a surge of apprehension overcome her. She swiftly asks him what the female patron appears like, with droplets of perspiration forming on his brow. John clarifies that she possesses protuberances on her cranium and diminutive chiropteran-like pinions on her dorsum. Upon perceiving this, the superior comprehends that the figure is unquestionably a succubus. She reassures him that they are not especially perilous, so he need not become agitated. Meanwhile, the succubus arises from the floor, inclining her cranium and brushing her tresses away from her visage, with an air of self-assurance. Chan glances at her, understanding presently that his judgment was accurate. The superior directs him to search for a malediction sensor beneath the counter, noting that it should be conspicuous owing to its vibrant appearance. John nods in concurrence and commences sifting through the containers positioned under the counter. He observes diverse articles strewn among writing implements, documents, and weighing devices with an apprehensive countenance. He ponders if the malediction sensor is genuinely vibrant and visualizes what hues it might exhibit. Just then, something unforeseen makes contact with his palm. When he extracts it, he uncovers a plaything scepter that radiates a breathtaking spectrum of hues, illuminating with a potent roseate luminescence. Astonished, he calls out to his superior, inquiring if this plaything is authentically the malediction sensor. She affirms with a straightforward yes, clarifying that he is correct. Inquisitive, he questions why it appears this fashion. The superior responds that individuals impacted by maledictions often feel despondent and are inclined to shun being evaluated. To elevate their spirits, she rendered the sensor vibrant. He silently ponders if the brilliant hues might cause them to feel even more disheartened. The superior then informs him that once he locates the sensor, he must position it near the patron's uncovered epidermis, depress the actuator, and await the findings. As he concurs to adhere to her directives, he abruptly perceives that the succubus has neared the counter and is scrutinizing him with an unnerving concentration. Meeting her stare so intimately fills him with terror, and he feels a jolt of shock at her manifestation as the succubus casts him a threatening stare and unseals her maw to articulate. Chan, in an instance of pure agitation, endeavors to contact the superior, but alternatively, he swiftly aims the instrument at the patron and depresses the actuator. The superior had guaranteed him that these entities were not perilous, yet the circumstance felt considerably more menacing than anticipated. In a flash, a lengthy rod projects from the instrument, impacting the succubus upon her cranium. She recoils and plummets backward onto the floor, dispatching the beverage containers on the tabletop. As she collides with them, John observes in amazement as the malediction censor's response occurs before him. The extremity of the rod resembles a diadem, and after establishing contact, it retracts back into the apparatus, as if nothing transpired. Now, John finds himself hunkered beneath the table, worry etched on his visage. He gazes at the instrument, which continues to radiate its splendid glow. Amassing his fortitude, he arises, and warily maneuvers around the table to inspect the succubus. As he peers at her, his countenance shifts to one of profound unease. She lies inert, her agape and orbs firmly sealed, in a condition of agitation. He muses to himself that it seems he has just dispatched a patron. The superior casually inquires of him if the patron was impacted by the malediction censor. He responds in wonderment that it struck her quite forcefully. She reassures him that this is how it is intended to function, so he need not be apprehensive. Nevertheless, she swiftly asks him what the evaluation findings reveal. With an apprehensive countenance, he informs her that the instrument is presently radiating a lavender hue. She then directs him to covertly procure the malediction antidote from the uppermost tier of the chewing gum section. As he proceeds toward that vicinity, he discerns the articles and asks her if she refers to the remedy for nostalgia situated there. She affirms it and instructs him to provide the patron 2 doses. Feeling somewhat mollified, he asks if the patron is genuinely afflicted with nostalgia. The superior clarifies that it is marginally different. However, the antidote should produce an instantaneous result. As he nears the patron to dispense the medication, he perceives she is arising from the ground independently. She genuflects momentarily before seating herself serenely. Observing her, he muses in astonishment that she is regaining consciousness and feels a pang of culpability. Pondering if she is recollecting their initial encounter, he resolves to maintain his remoteness for the present and evaluate the circumstance from distance. When he observes her agitating her cranium in exasperation, he calls out to her courteously, inquiring if she feels improved now, and urging her to ingest the medication. If that is the case, the young woman looks up at him with a charming countenance, and he thinks she appears to be recuperating. But just as he inquires anew about her state, she abruptly conceals her maw as if on the verge of emesis. John comprehends what's occurring and calls for her pause. However, it is excessively late. She emits a faint outcry and expels onto the flooring before him. To his amazement, the shade of her discharge mirrors a spectrum of colors. Dumbfounded, he can only remain there, powerless to do anything regarding the circumstance unfolding before him. Following emesis, the young woman's visage illuminates, and she appears genuinely joyful, stating that her spirit feels unburdened. With a cheerful manner, she remarks that she feels invigorated. Meanwhile, Sean stands immobilized in astonishment, a surge of exasperation overwhelming him. As he understands he now must cleanse the untidiness, in a solemn manner, he calls out to the patron, inquiring if she is concluded and if she would prefer to depart. She observes him with her endearing, grinning visage, blinks, and notes that it feels somewhat brisk. Chan, still feeling depleted, watches as the patron abruptly rotates and softly subsides back onto the flooring. Concerned, he ponders to himself if she is about to enter slumber. And indeed, she does, succumbing to repose cozily as she slumbers. Vesicles ascend from her nares with each inhalation. Just then, another patron enters the establishment, calling for an individual in a conventional manner. This new patron is also distinctive, displaying 11 auricles. He absorbs the spectacle and elevates an eyebrow in astonishment, inquiring what is transpiring here, and queries if he is seeking some item. The elf surveys the establishment. Prior to inquiring if he might locate a 17-degree blood unit, he embarks on a quest for the articles he desires. Concurrently, the director voices her astonishment at the prior young lad's conduct, observing that she is quite an aesthetic patron who has not consumed her remedy thus far. Chan concurs, mentioning that he will provide her the medication. After the present patron departs, the director reassures him to proceed at his leisure, and further states they exclusively stock blood units under 15 degrees. Thus, he ought to suggest the elf seek an alternative establishment. As Chan tidies the emesis from the ground, the director recalls to him that they additionally verify credentials for sanguine supplies, and inquires if the recent patron might be an Asura. In a nonchalant manner, John replies his mobile device balanced on his shoulder, implying the patron could in fact be a creature of the night. The director notifies him that these immortals possess extended existences and preserve an ageless facade. Thus, they frequently renew their official documents. She cautions that certain persons could offer outdated identification cards, denoted by an X, even though such individuals are fully mature. She assures Chan the establishment is outfitted with a security enchantment sorcery, thus he may securely perform verifications. Feeling somewhat more at ease, he offers a nod, grasping the director's clarifications. When the patron comes back after collecting his chosen goods, he peeks at the slumbering female upon the cold ground and experiences a slight twinge of compassion. As the patron deposits his selected articles on the main counter, John then accosts him, remarking that our shop exclusively stocks blood units below 15 degrees and implies he may have to seek an alternative emporium. The patron's countenance reddens with acute discomfiture as he presents Chan with a paper packet, declaring he shall merely acquire this single item. Chan nonchalantly advises him the packet is priced at 101 and queries whether he requires a small carrier. The patron civilly concurs now, and also mentions he would desire a fresh pack of smokes too. John faces him, nonchalantly querying what specific sort of cigarettes he desires. The patron indicates towards the tobacco product selection, appearing agitated, yet he neglects to mention a particular brand. Chan retrieves several cartons and queries once more about the distinct type desired. The patron feigns a slight grin, desiring the carton that is presently beneath Chan's own hand. As John presents the various cartons of cigarettes, he cannot avoid observing the patron's rather unusual mannerisms, and muses if he resembles a certain person known as Mija. Placing the tobacco products back down, John confronts the patron, and with a rather solemn voice now, demands he display his credentials upon hearing this firm request. The patron commences feeling decidedly apprehensive. With a strained expression, he asserts he is currently updating his formal identification papers, and concedes he solely possesses the outdated versions. John insists, more inquiring if he might examine the invalid document then, or some alternative credential he could perhaps possess. Replying, the patron anxiously then inquires if he cannot complete a purchase without displaying his identification card. John clarifies that this is quite customary practice. Lacking identification, he is unable to sell him any products. The patron's aggravation mounts, and with a tinge of ire, he retrieves his identification card, slamming it upon the service desk. He insists Chan inspect it swiftly, stating that his companions are awaiting him outside. John experiences a spark of vexation at the patron's comportment as he takes the card and scrutinizes it carefully. He reflects on how uniform identifications appear throughout their nation. He observes that the card displays the patron's likeness, with a noticeable voided marking close by. Just as he reassures himself the identification seems legitimate, a peculiar luminescence starts to emanate from beneath the photograph. Inclining nearer for an improved view, John vocalizes his wonder about what the prismatic light indicates. Upon closer examination, he discerns that the photograph is not firmly affixed to the card, leaving him even more mystified. When he extracts the photograph from the identification card, an abrupt effulgence of prismatic light bursts forth from it. Gyrating around the chamber, he observes in utter shock, bewildered by the occurrence, and questions what's transpired. The luminescence starts to pursue the patron, who evidently alarmed queries why it is trailing him. He dashes through the establishment, urgently attempting to elude the iridescent luminescence, but it persists in following him closely. The patron calls out to him now, demanding to comprehend what's occurring. Chan, still perplexed, offers apologies and clarifies the identification belongs to the patron, so he has no inkling why this is taking place. As the gentleman sprints in circles, he vociferates for him to stow it, but Chan, mystified, asks where he ought to position it. Meanwhile, the female patron remains delightfully unconscious, her visage charmingly flushed. Abruptly, the photograph slips from Chan's grasp and settles near her. As the prismatic luminescence recedes back into the identification, Chan glances downward at the image and is astounded to realize it depicts a different individual entirely. With mounting ire, he calls out to the patron, who is now apprehensively positioned by a shelving unit. He indicates that the adhesive label has detached, and it seems that the identification has altered completely. He sternly remarks then that he does not comprehend why the patron did this, but the identification is clearly fraudulent. As he articulates, the man's visage starts to perspire with terror. He attempts to reassure him, but Chan, unyielding, retrieves the phone and presses it to his oracle, inquiring of the director if she has perceived everything. In acknowledgement, the director's voice emanates, filled with indignation as she proclaims that she will contact the authorities. Hearing this statement, the patron's terror intensifies and he flees out of the establishment, vanishing in a flash from his position. The director courteously requests John if he can elucidate the circumstance. He placidly concurs and starts to return the merchandise the patron had brought back onto the shelving units. As he labors, he recounts the entire episode to the director, noting that he suspected something was amiss indeed. And it transpires the patron was actually Amelia. The director's orbs widen in sheer amazement, but she swiftly reminds him that this event could have escalated into a substantial predicament. She inquires how he managed to deduce it, particularly since she did not perceive the establishment's alarm activate. Still assiduously reorganizing merchandise, he clarifies that the patron presented him a counterfeit identification with an adhesive label upon it. The director is taken aback and queries if it was an adhesive label in enchantment. He affirms this, detailing how the patron had falsified the identification by affixing his own photograph to it. And when he detached the adhesive label, it activated some variety of enchantment linked with the identification with a mystified countenance. The director asks him if he genuinely identified the falsification with merely his unaided vision. He simply responds that he has encountered comparable things previously. Concurrently, a phone levitates in the atmosphere before her as she resides at home, and she remarks in astonishment that it is quite arduous to discern. She clarifies that identifications in their realm possess stringent security, rendering falsification and alteration exceedingly demanding. The counterfeiters in this profession are exceptionally proficient, skilled in illusionary enchantment, which makes them challenging to recognize without the proper instruments. As John restores the merchandise to their respective locations, he is taken aback and asks if it is genuinely that intricate. The director concedes that, while the establishment's alarm enchantment tends to incline toward the shadowy aspect, if it does not activate, it typically signifies no complication. She's mystified by how he succeeded in identifying the falsification at all, realizing it must have been illusionary enchantment. Chan recollects the patron's image and ponders if that vampire was truly such a formidable entity. He dismisses the notion, noting wryly that even the counterfeiter appeared discomposed, with a courteous but perplexed countenance. He contemplates the circumstance just then. The director placidly suggests that they ought to conclude their temporary employment agreement. Chan's orbs widened in sheer shock at her inquiry, utterly astonished in a polite manner. He asks her if he has committed any errors. She placidly reassures him that he has not done anything amiss. In reality, she states he's performing admirably. She clarifies that he originates from another dimension and inadvertently arrived in theirs, and she was merely concerned it might be daunting and arduous for him. He responds that he is perfectly all right, noting that it isn't especially frightening or demanding for him. He conveys his aspiration to persist working at the establishment and inquires if that is achievable. Hearing this declaration, her orbs widened in astonishment. John muses to himself that it is evident she genuinely frets about it, and it is unquestionably a circumstance deserving of concern. But he also comprehends that he must retain this occupation. Abruptly, considerations of his credit card obligation, insurance remittance, monthly lodging payment, contingency fund loan, and mobile phone invoice inundate his psyche. The realization renders him apprehensive, and he thinks that if he resigns this temporary employment, he'll be compelled to subsist like a mendicant commencing next month. In a flurry, he contacts the director and insists that she must permit him to persist working there. The director concoys, but cautions him in a more resonant voice not to be preposterous in the time ahead. Perceiving her resonant voice on the phone, he grimaces and instinctively withdraws the phone from his oracle. He swiftly reassures her that everything is satisfactory. Then, in a courteous manner, he asks if they can resume their discussion this day. She responds with great enthusiasm, stating that it is splendid and that she was contemplating the same notion. Abruptly, she recollects an item and asks if he has administered the succubus patron's medication yet. John realizes he has not performed that task yet and proceeds towards the slumbering patron, assuring the director that he will attend to it immediately. He retrieves the medication, sits nearer to the patron, and delicately places it in her maw while she slumbers deeply, her maw slightly agape after dispensing the medication. He observes her visage inquisitive for any indications of a response. He reports to the director that he has given her the medication, but thus far there has been no discernible reaction. The director recollects something and informs him that, since he has administered her the medication, she will regain her faculties shortly. Meanwhile, when the patron shifts her physique to the side, the director cautions Chan to exercise prudence as she might feel queasy. Chan reassures her that he comprehends fully, but in reality, he is astounded by the patron. He worries that she might revert to the perilous condition she was in when she initially arrived at the establishment. The director asks him if he believes the patron feels lightheaded or somewhat disoriented. He replies placidly that he does not surmise she feels that way. The director nods, understanding his acknowledgement. As he attends, she suggests that he might wish to inspect for maledictions anew, utilizing the malediction detection apparatus. He concurs and proceeds towards the counter, retrieving the apparatus once more. However, when he attempts to depress the actuator, the apparatus starts to sibilate and emit a loud sound, instead of activating perplexed. He informs the director that it will not energize and is merely producing noise. With a solemn countenance, he questions whether the patron's condition is deteriorating. The director reassures him that it is not an issue of poor well-being, but she adds further that the patron appears to be in a very distinctive and peculiar state. Just as they are deliberating this, the entire convenience establishment suddenly starts to vibrate. John swiftly ducks down upon the counter, astounded by the unforeseen movement. With a troubled countenance, he asks what is transpiring. Considerations race through his psyche as he ponders if it is celestial bodies descending from the firmament. Perplexed and alarmed, he rushes externally to probe. When he unseals the establishment's entrance and steps outside, he is astonished to observe a mound of containers arrayed before him. Perspiration droplets form on his brow as he ponders about the origin of all these parcels. Just then a voice calls out to him, proclaiming that the consignment has shown up. Looking upward, he is even more astounded to observe a winged steed levitating above him, with a cerulean-haired young woman seated upon it. The young woman salutes him with a radiant grin, inquiring if he is the new temporary employee that her sibling mentioned. She joyfully conveys that it is pleasant to encounter him, as the steed descends gracefully onto the thoroughfare. Chan feels a surge of apprehension overcome him. He requests the young woman to pause for an instant, and swiftly returns his phone to his oracle. In a condition of disbelief, he informs the director that an individual is astride a Pegasus and has shown up with a consignment. He asks if this is the freight she mentioned prior to departure. The director swiftly comprehends the circumstance and responds that she had indeed told Yunha that she could manage the consignment this day. Upon hearing the designation, John feels a surge of perplexity overcome him. Just then the consignment young woman interjects from behind, charmingly proclaiming that CO Yunha is her designation. She steps before him and introduces herself completely. John's orbs widen in sheer surprise as Yunha retrieves some of the containers from her dorsum, flashing an endearing grin. She asks if he is sufficiently acquainted with her presently, and if he could move aside to permit her to transport the containers into the establishment. Swiftly John withdraws, making way for her to enter. Yuna expresses gratitude for his thoughtfulness, and as Chan unseals the establishment's entrance, she presents him with a sheet of paper, courteously asking if he could inspect the articles and affix his signature. He readily concurs after positioning all the containers inside. Yunha exclaims with elation that she has concluded her consignments. Meanwhile, John apprehensively returns his phone to his oracle and tells the director that he is unacquainted with the script. In this dimension, he asks her how he ought to verify the requisitioned articles as he nears the vicinity where the female patron is still slumbering. The director reassures him that she will deliberate it with Yunha, but requests that he merely manage the signature for the present. John concurs with her, but then asks what articles have shown up. The director placidly responds that they comprise refreshments and potables. Abruptly, she recollects something further and informs him that draconic integuments have also shown up. John's orbs widened in sheer surprise at the mention of drakes. The director, observing his response, courteously clarifies that she surmised they would not be able to procure them, but Yuna succeeded in locating a purveyor. She adds with cheerfulness that they will not have to fret about revenues for some time, since gnomes and learning institutions acquire draconic integuments in large quantities if he fragments them and burnishes them. She mentions that the integuments are chiefly utilized for adornments. Then suddenly comprehending something, she pauses and asks him with an inquisitive manner if there are no drakes in his dimension. In a simple yet depleted manner, Sean responds that drakes cannot be present there because there is no enchantment or legendary species. The director is astounded by this disclosure and remarks that Sean's dimension appears even more undeveloped than their own. Agrarian 1 John swiftly requests her not to juxtapose other individuals' dimensions to the hinterlands. While he is conversing with the director, he perceives the woman patron starting to regain awareness. He glances towards her, just in time to observe her arising from the floor, appearing drowsy, feeling somewhat at ease. He comments that the patron has at last unsealed her orbs. He informs her that he will compute the invoice now that she is conscious. Just as he articulates this, the succubus patron speaks in a subdued voice, addressing him as director and inquiring what affection is. She appears to be in a completely amorous disposition. Glancing at her, John swiftly tells the director to summon a cab immediately, insisting they need to dispatch this dubious patron away. The director concurs, and after a brief interval, the cab shows up at the establishment. Chan delicately escorts the patron externally, supporting her by the shoulder to maintain her equilibrium. He placidly assists her into the cab and tenders her a carrier. At this juncture, she remains in a charming, drowsy condition with her orbs sealed. John inclines nearer to her and courteously tenders her a card and the bill, clarifying that the bill is for the medication she ingested previously. The young woman responds charmingly, accepting both articles with her delicate palm. John cautions her anew to retain them securely, warning that she might misplace them if she is not meticulous. As they converse, the cab operator, who possesses a leporine-like visage, asks John if the patron has been consuming spirits, noting that her condition appears somewhat peculiar. John informs the cab operator that he believes the young woman is under some variety of malediction, but reassures him that now that she has ingested the medication, she ought to be all right. However, the operator mentions that she still appears uneasy. John chuckles faintly, reassuring him and requesting that he exercise prudence with her. At that instant, the young woman turns to Chan and inquires anew what affection is. Astonished, he looks at her, perceiving her solemn manner and courteous countenance. She comments that even when he believes he comprehends, it remains indefinable when she presses him for an acknowledgement. He responds with declarations that resonate with him. It's something he desires but cannot obtain. The young woman's orbs widen in sheer shock at his acknowledgement, and she gazes at him in astonishment. He meets her stare with a neutral countenance. Abruptly, she inclines her cranium out of the cab and asks him, with a charming countenance, what he implies by that. Feeling apprehensive about his own declarations, Chan delicately pushes her back into the cab and tells her to disregard what he just articulated. Following that somewhat endearing instant, the succubus patron departs. Chan stands behind her feeling depleted, as he comments to himself that their encounter was disagreeable, and he hopes they will not have to observe each other anew. He extends his limbs wearily and proceeds back to the establishment, thinking it will be more tranquil presently. However, as he strolls back into the convenience establishment, he perceives Yunha displaying a troubled countenance. She is clasping her cranium in exasperation, deeply immersed in thought, perplexed by her demeanor. He ponders what could be vexing her. He resolves to inquire of her directly about it. Yuna looks at him solemnly and, addressing his designation courteously, asks if he can notify her sibling that she will be removing the draconic integuments anew. John scowls slightly, not comprehending the circumstance, and asks why she desires to do that. She responds that there is a complication with the draconic integuments. After a short while, John stands at the counter, silently observing Yunha as she converses on the phone with her sibling. He perceives that their discussion has been ongoing for quite some duration, and he starts to worry that the issue might be grave. Recollections of his prior temporary employment as a food server inundate his psyche, recalling instances when he observed the director and a consignment person dispute over deteriorated provisions. Still observing Yunha, he reminds himself that this is not his culpability. He's merely a temporary employee. He resolves that his function is simply to observe like a sentinel, while the higher authorities manage the circumstance, and to concentrate on his own responsibilities. Immersed in his considerations, he is abruptly jolted back to awareness when Yunha looks at him with a solemn countenance. She nears him and asks if his designation is Lichon. Apprehensively, he responds yes. She then grins and informs him that her sibling desires to converse with him. As she articulates this, she displays the video communication where her sibling, the director of the convenience establishment, materializes on the display. The director gestures at Chan with a joyful countenance, and he is taken aback by her response. In a straightforward fashion, she inquires if he and Yunha can inspect the condition of the draconic integuments. Collectively, still feeling apprehensive, he concurs with the director's request. Yunho grins and reassures him that she is prepared as well. Collectively, they proceed towards the entrance, leading to the subterranean level of the establishment. As they traverse the staircase, Chan looks around in astonishment, noting how peculiar the vicinity appears. He glances at the partitions and ponders to himself. If this is genuinely a component of a convenience establishment, the area is expansive, resembling an antiquated passageway, and numerous entrances adorn the partitions. He finds himself mystified, questioning why the storage vicinity feels more like a catacomb than a conventional storage chamber. Perceiving his bewilderment, Yunho casually inquires if this is his initial occasion observing such a storage vicinity with widened orbs. He nods and affirms that it is unquestionably his first encounter. As they proceed down the passageway, she flashes him an encouraging grin and chuckles faintly, reassuring him that he will become accustomed to it swiftly. She adds that she experienced the same sentiment when she initially encountered it. Meanwhile, the director remains on the video communication. As John holds the phone in a bantering manner, Yuna calls out to her, mentioning that she had informed her previously that her preference was distinctive. The director, somewhat vexed, responds that how she embellishes the convenience establishment is entirely her prerogative, so she can do whatever she fancies. However, Yunha retorts that there ought to be some constraints, and remarks that the interior is genuinely peculiar. Upon hearing her comment, the director makes a whimsical, puerile visage on the video communication, teasingly asking if she intends to persist in jesting with her. Meanwhile, Chan and Yunha show up at a dimly illuminated chamber. Chan looks around, attempting to comprehend his environment. As he starts to proceed forward, Yunha abruptly halts him, indicating that the vicinity ahead is soil, and instructing him to remain back for an instant. She also mentions that it is somewhat more luminous in another bear. He nods in concurrence and steps back to allow her passage. As she proceeds ahead, John addresses the director in a casual manner, clarifying that she requested him to take a glance. And now he is in the depot. However, he courteously inquires if there is anything he can genuinely perform. The director contemplates for an instant and mentions placidly, asking him to adhere to her directives for the present, as she has a stratagem in mind. John concurs and steps forward to follow her instruction, leading himself to a peculiar chamber. Upon entering, he perceives the area is congested with containers, and a strange cerulean fluid blankets the floor, creating a disarrayed setting. The glutinous substance adheres to the overhead surface, flooring, and all the containers in the chamber. As he concentrates on the spectacle, he comprehends. The fluid is perpetually seeping from an odd-appearing receptacle, which seems to be ejecting it. Staring at the disarrayed spectacle before him, he is left in sheer shock as he warily steps forward. The director, young woman, casually inquires if he does not believe the circumstance is somewhat excessive. Astonished by her nonchalant manner, he exclaims that it is not merely somewhat, and questions what those murky, somber agglomerations are. Meanwhile, Yunho stands placidly beside a column, as the director clarifies that the fluid is purulence, a consequence of tainted mystical energy. She adds that if the draconic integument refinement procedure is not performed accurately, this is what they ultimately obtain. John glances at Yunha, his countenance apprehensive, as he asks if that substantial receptacle resembling a Chelonian carapace is indeed a draconic integument. She affirms it with a steady voice. Looking intently at the draconic integument, Yunho clarifies that she perceived the integuments, molted by drakes who recently relocated to the hinterlands, were being disregarded, prompting her to transport them here in a rush. However, she concedes that her celerity and failure to assign the task to a suitable enterprise precipitated this disarray with a flicker of optimism. She mentions that the circumstance is not excessively grave yet. If they refine it swiftly and abrade off the encompassing purulence, they might still be capable of utilizing it. But abruptly she clasps her cranium in exasperation, conveying apprehension over a significant complication, that it is the depths of the night and the enterprise is shuttered. John glances at the timepiece, noting the hour is 3 antimeridium. As he absorbs the disarrayed spectacle, the director young woman's voice breaks through the phone communication, clarifying that this is why she requires John's assistance. Astonished, he asks for elucidation. With a courteous grin, she affirms it and adds whimsically if he would desire to make contact with the purulence. At her declarations, he feels a droplet of perspiration trickle down his brow, his orbs widening in sheer disbelief. The director young woman calls for Yunha, who casually gathers some of the purulence in her palm and presents it to Chan with a joyful grin, urging him to accept it. Staring at the substance in astonishment, he becomes even more disquieted. The director young woman attempts to reassure him, insisting that it is merely a matter of making contact and that it will not be excessively perilous. She conveys her confidence in him, but with mounting apprehension, he retorts that irrespective of what it is, it still ought not to be touched, and worries about what could transpire if it renders him unwell. In a straightforward fashion, the director young woman proffers him 100,000 won if he makes contact. The mention of currency alters Chan's viewpoint, and without reluctance, he accepts the proposition. The director young woman beams with elation at his concurrence, motivated by the prospect of acquiring 100,000 won. Chan amasses his fortitude hand, quavering with perspiration, as he extends to make contact with a glutinous substance. Observing him, Yuna muses to herself how unsophisticated this youth is. However, just as he is poised to establish contact, the purulence abruptly retracts. John gazes perplexed by the motion, and continually clutching his phone, he faces the head lady and queries astounded if this material is anime. The female leader reassures him that there's no reason for alarm, clarifying that it's simply a cluster of mystical energy. Nonetheless, Yunha, displaying an astonished countenance, indicates that it appears as if the puss is attempting to evade Chan. The superior, adopting a grave manner, commands him to simply contact it and disregard all else. He consents with a nod and swiftly places his palm upon the puss. Abruptly, peculiar glows start to radiate from the material. Both John and Yunho's gazes expanded in amazement at the unforeseen response. When Chan withdraws his hand, the puss metamorphoses into a lovely gem directly before their sight. Astounded, he inquires what just transpired. Yunha, setting her palm on his shoulder with exhilaration, proclaims that it's precisely as her sibling foresaw. With a delighted grin, she addresses the head lady, notifying her that the material has been cleansed exactly as she stated. The female leader, yet appearing amazed, warns them that it's premature to rejoice. She queries him if he might attempt utilizing the mystical rod on the gem. He promptly concurs and fetches the wand implement. As he positions the rod against the gem, he observes there's no response. He faces the female leader, expressing his apprehension and querying if that's typical. She affirms it is and clarifies that the absence of reaction signifies there is no tainted mystical energy for it to perceive. She mentions that this sort of response demonstrates that the cleansing procedure was finalized effectively. With a grave countenance, the head lady remarks that her prior evaluation was accurate. She informs him that from what she discerns, he could possess an anti-enchantment physique. Perplexed, he requested her to clarify what that signifies. Yunho interjects, charmingly elucidating that it merely denotes a physique on which enchantment fails. The female leader validates her clarification and inquires if they might have a confidential chat. For an instant, he concurs and deactivates the phone speaker, angling somewhat to the side for a more private talk in a courteous manner. The superior queries if he recalls the prior examination they performed on his physique. He recollects the instant he initially employed the hex detection implement and replies that it had produced a resonant sound. She clarifies that there exist merely two possibilities in which such a response transpires. The initial is when there is utterly no mystical energy existing, which in their realm would prove exceedingly perilous. Nonetheless, she mentions that as John hails from a different realm, that aspect is inconsequential then. Her countenance illuminates as she discloses that the alternate likelihood is that the examiner did not operate, owing to opposition enchantment inquisitive. He queries regarding this opposition enchantment. She asserts that she feels this instance suits him more, which is the reason she requested him to inspect the dragon scales with Yunho in a direct manner. She clarifies that she'll offer further particulars once Yunho departs, as it's somewhat difficult to converse at this instant. Absorbing all this, he starts to comprehend the circumstances and merely concurs with her, albeit he yet feels perplexed regarding the particulars of what she's conveying. He frets about the ramifications of potentially possessing a magic-resistant physique positioned in the alcove. He muses it seems as though he's the hero in a play, uncovering a mystery about his lineage. Absorbed in his reflections, he abruptly perceives Yunha nearing him from the rear. In a surprising maneuver, she advances nearer and rests against the partition, enveloping him with her limbs. This conduct dispatches a surge of anxiety through him, and his gaze expands in alarm. With a courteous manner, she informs him she has a boon to request and queries if he might attend. With a quavering tone, he inquires of her what the boon entails. Yunho replies with a charming grin, soliciting his aid in cleansing the dragon scales. She includes that she's requesting this as a private boon, experiencing a blend of awkwardness and incredulity. He queries her if she sincerely desires him to perform this. She replies assertively, stating she feels he can manage it, precisely as he considers resisting. The head lady summons him. When he peeks at her, she offers him an endearing, courteous glance with broad, youthful orbs her countenance appears to quietly inquire if he's genuinely intending her to manage the cleansing solo. Facing Yunho, he observes a comparable expectant grin, and he senses the burden of their anticipations, inundated by their fervent stares. He feels exasperated. He muses that it is excessive, and he likewise finds himself snared by the allure of both their countenances. With a perplexed spirit, he eventually concurs, informing them he shall perform it, and requesting directions on how to advance. Perceiving this, Yunha radiates with joy and appreciates him. Her grin luminous, the head lady conveys her thankfulness also, stating the procedure is uncomplicated. Yunho advances nearer to the dragon scales, blinks at him, and joyfully informs him he merely must insert his limb into the aperture. John gazes at the void with an expression of hopelessness, uncertain about what he's being requested to perform. Yunho presses him anew, asserting he ought to simply arrive and place his limb within. Nonetheless, he once more declines, remarking that he isn't prepared to do it quite yet. She then queries him inquisitively why his eagerness has abruptly altered. As he expresses his worries, he asserts to both of them that it appears overly perilous to place his limb into the void. The head lady comforts him, clarifying that he possesses a unique physique. Thus nothing is probable to miscarry. She informs him it shall only be for an instant, and asserts that he shall be secure. Nonetheless, John yet displays an uncertain countenance and refuses, excusing himself as he concedes he merely wants for valor. In reality, he isn't truly concerned about his limb. He simply desires a small additional reward. The head lady swiftly discerns his reluctance and with a grin, summons his focus back to the device. When he gazes at her, she presents him some extra currency and notes that, if all proceeds seamlessly, she shall grant him a reward. This captures John's attention instantly. Keen for the additional funds, he passes the device to Yuna, swiftly furls up his garment, and, with fresh resolve, proclaims that it's trivial for him, and he's prepared to attempt it. As Yuna keeps the device to her ear, she joyfully pledges that if it pains, shall shriek the head lady comforts them anew, that nothing detrimental shall transpire. With a profound inhalation, John advances nearer to the dragon scales, concentrating on the aperture where he's poised to place his limb. As he inspects nearer, he comprehends that the void is indeed more repellent than he originally imagined. Nonetheless, he recalls to himself that he requires the funds. Thus, he fortifies himself for what's approaching. Impelled by resolve, he directs his palm at the void. In his thoughts, he decides to perform anything for the reward, shuts his gaze, and plunges his limb into the void. As he acts thus, a disquieting feeling envelopes him. From the rear, Yuna nears, her worry apparent as she inquires if he's all right. Astonished, he answers that he is. Yet he notes a peculiar drawing power tugging him inward. Startled, Yuna comforts him that she shall extract him immediately. She swiftly seizes him from the rear and commences to draw him rearward. As they battle against the drawing force, additional repulsive puss seeps from the void. John peeks at it, musing that the puss is being pulled into the aperture. Abruptly, a dazzling radiance erupted forth from the void, enlightening the whole chamber. In a flash, John's limb is ejected from the void, and both he and Yunha topple rearward. As they descend, the dragon scale reverts to its condition, reflecting how the puss had earlier metamorphosed into a gem. John arises on the floor, sensing complete depletion. He peers about, perplexed by the tumult that just transpired, contemplating the craziness of his initial day at the task. As he mulls over the tumultuous occurrences, he abruptly perceives Yunha summon him in a quavering tone. Sensing some unease, it requires him an instant to grasp that he is positioned on her. Startled, he swiftly moves to the flank, excusing himself copiously and inquiring if she is injured any place. Yet reclining on the ground, she comforts him that she is all right, yet queries if he's in distress. They both arise, and he comforts her that he feels well. He appreciates her for rescuing him from a possibly agonizing descent. Gazing into her orbs, she proposes they inspect the dragon scales. He concurs with a nod, fetching the implement anew, and advancing nearer to the void in the scales that is entirely closed. Presently, as he positions the implement against it, produces a gentle chime. He peeks back at Yunha, observing the absence of response. Precisely like with the gem previously, her countenance illuminates with exhilaration as she proclaims that it's a triumph. Inundated, he appreciates her, sensing a blush of heat diffuse across his visage. She clarifies that he has averted a deficit of myriad millions of won. Following this instant of reprieve, they depart the vicinity and discover themselves at the portal of the corner shop. Yunho ascends her winged steed, anew commending him for his arduous labor. She notifies him that she has previously reached her sibling to apprise her that the task was managed proficiently. She comforts him not to fret, noting that there won't be any problems with shipments. For the subsequent few days, positioned serenely, he queries her regarding if she won't be arriving each day. With a self-assured grin, she clarifies that handling shipments concerning mystical beings is somewhat intricate and requires duration. He utters her name, asking that she exercise caution on her journey. Upon perceiving his remarks, she swiftly alters her manner, instructing him to abandon the decorum. Astounded, John requests her to elucidate. She clarifies that her sibling, the superior of the corner shop, noted that he is an annum junior to her. She states this is the reason he ought to cease being so stiff and merely address her Nana. With a flush stealing onto his countenance, he answers that he shall endeavor to act thus. She then dons her spectacles, offers him a whimsical grin, bids him farewell, and departs on her winged steed. As she soars afar, John observes her with a feeling of serenity. Precisely, then he perceives the sun commencing to ascend anew. In a gentle manner, he remarks to himself that it is dawn presently. He reverts to the desk, where a patron nears with some articles, comprising dental brushes and beverages. Setting them upon the desk, This patron possesses a canine-like visage and hastily requests Chan to swiftly furnish the aggregate price. He peeks externally and stresses that he requires to be quick because he possesses a coach to intercept shortly. John commences itemizing the articles on the terminal and notifies the patron that the sum amounts to 9,800 won. He then inquires if the patron would desire a sack. The patron rapidly sets a 10,000 won note on the desk, instructing him to retain the remainder. Sean concurs with a nod, as the patron swiftly collects his articles and departs. After the initial patron has departed, Sean summons for the subsequent one. A fresh patron nears with an azure countenance, sporting a hat and attended by an infant. Following some time, Sean attends multiple additional patrons and peeks at the timepiece, murmuring that he feels utterly spent. It's been an extended evening, and he is so drowsy that he senses he might slumber on the location. He assumes a chair and inspects his device, perceiving a dispatch from the supervisor. She queries if he isn't feeling drowsy. Sean answers that he is fine. The supervisor dispatches to him, recognizing how diligently he toiled on the cleansing assignment. She comforts him that when she reaches the workplace, she shall grant him the currency immediately. He conveys his thankfulness. Yet she pursues querying if he truly isn't feeling drowsy. She remarks that she anticipated him to be weary after remaining awake all evening. As they discourse, John perceives someone accessing the shop, and he salutes the arrival. Nonetheless, when he gazes towards the portal, he is astonished and perplexed to discover no one present. He ponders if the prospective patron opted to depart without entering. Within, he answers to the supervisor, stating that he typically doesn't slumber greatly at evening regardless. The supervisor responds with astonishment, remarking that it's not beneficial for his wellness, and proposing that he ought to obtain adequate slumber. She queries if she ought to concoct him a slumber elixir. Chan gazes at her inquisitively, querying if she truly understands how to prepare one. She answers assuredly that she positively does, noting that she is rather a skilled sorcerer. As he composes out a reply, he wonders at the notion that he never conceived he would obtain a mystical elixir in his existence. Abruptly, he perceives someone summoning him. He queries who it is and arises to gaze ahead, merely to observe a duo of horns, and the existence of someone far tinier than the desk indeed. This is the patron, a small maiden with horns upon her crown and pinions on her shoulders, gazes up at him with an endearing countenance, and inquires if he possesses any huge sheets. He queried the small maiden if she requires affirmation, and she answers assertively, querying if he possesses shears also. John indicates towards the uppermost ledge and courteously informs her that both articles are aloft there. Nonetheless, he observes that they are overly elevated for her to attain and proposes to fetch them for her. The small maiden inclines her crown reverently and states it's all right, appreciating him for guiding her to their position. As she advances ahead, John observes her in astonishment. He perceives her resolve as she attempts to draw down the article she desires from the uppermost ledge, and he reflects on how mature yet pallid she appears. He ponders if he ought to inspect more closely, musing to himself whether she might be some variety of reptile, as she continues to endeavor to attain the top shelf, propelling herself upward but ultimately falter. Her expression transforms to sorrow, and tears well within her orbs. Instantly, Sean hurries to her flank, retrieving the huge sheets and shears. He sits beside her and with a genial grin, hands her the articles. He softly states that here are the huge sheets and shears, with a mournful yet adorable countenance. She thanks him and accepts the articles from his palms. John stands upright, reassuring himself that she won't unleash a breath assault if she's indeed a reptilian variety. He also apprehends it would be problematic if she inadvertently demolished the shop. The small maiden glances at the huge sheets and shears, then calls out to him in a courteous manner. Holding up the shears, she clarifies that she cannot procure them. Perplexed, he queries her about the justification. She replies that she only possesses 5,000 won, making her 101 short. John assures her that the aggregate for both articles is 5,100 won, and he proposes to provide the additional 101 for her. However, she peers around, swiftly declines his proposition, and mentions that her mother advised her not to accept currency from others. Understanding her predicament, John inquires about what she requires the huge sheets and shears for. She clarifies that Mother's Day is approaching, and she desires to give her mother a token. Gazing at the huge sheets with a hint of sadness, she reveals that she just discovered about Mother's Day in preschool. She notes how her mother always procures her a present for Children's Day, but she has never presented her anything for Mother's Day, so she truly desires to make this exceptional. Perceiving her clarifications, Chan feels a surge of sorrow wash over him. He gently addresses her as a youngster and suggests that she can also perform origami without shears. In response, she extends her tiny palms, tears emerging in her orbs, and clarifies that her hands are like this. Concerned, John asks what's amiss with her hands. When she applies some exertion, her digits abruptly accumulate, catching John unawares. She courteously clarifies that if she utilizes excessive force, the paper will shred. John thinks to himself that she might unintentionally harm other articles with those sharper digits. Observing her still doleful countenance, he realizes that given her state, origami would be quite arduous. Even if he keeps proposing to pay the extra 101, she would likely refuse out of resolve. It appears like this token for her mother is exceedingly vital to her. With this in mind, he kindly asks if he can loan her the shears. She brightens at the suggestion, and they both settle at the table. Chan then presents her some floral templates, encouraging her to attempt affixing the huge sheets onto them. As she observes the contours of the flowers, her orbs illuminate with wonder, and she thanks him for his magnanimous assistance. While he sits with her, he reflects on how this circumstance has magnified into a larger predicament. He contemplates 3 issues: the onus of creation falling upon the leader, the child struggling to fashion something, and the approaching cutoff of departing work at 10 anti-meridian. He thinks that it is superfluous for a child to go to such extents. Closing his orbs, he frets about what he should convey to the supervisor when she arrives. Suddenly, the small maiden hops down from her chair and requests him to await a moment. Chan observes as she explores one of the ledges. An instant later, she extracts a chocolate slab and holds it aloft, inquiring him about its valuation. He informs her it costs 2,001 and queries if she intends to procure it. She nods, affirmatively responding with a simple affirmative. He notifies her that he will prepare an invoice for her, and they both proceed towards the desk, where she places the 2,001. On the surface, he grins, confirming that she can savor her confection now. Despite this, she still appears somewhat dejected, puzzled. John observes as she fractures the chocolate slab in twain. Offering him one of the portions, she insists that they ought to consume it jointly, while they labor on the endeavor. At that instant, John feels a surge of astonishment wash over him. He grins at the small maiden and gently tells her that he values her consideration, but the chocolate is her tidbit. He insists that she should retain the larger portion for herself. With her endearing, innocent countenance, she counters that he is larger than her, and adds that her mother says excessive chocolate will decay her teeth. Her remarks warm his spirit. He cannot help but contemplate his own dentition once more. She calls him sir, and insists that they should partake of the chocolate jointly. With a smile, he concurs and accepts a portion from her. Precisely then the supervisor walks back into the corner shop, her countenance bright with a grin. She cheerfully calls out, "Good morn," noting that he must be weary from laboring overnight. However, when she espies John sitting at the table with the small maiden, her astonishment is palpable. Feeling somewhat apprehensive, John returns her salutation. He arises from his chair and nears her. With a perplexed countenance, she queries about the maiden. He explains calmly that there was no record for transferring the shift, and this is why he ended up loaning the shop's shears to the child. He swiftly apologizes, adding that the maiden lacked sufficient funds to procure them, and he thought it would be swift work, but it ended up consuming longer than he foresaw. The supervisor nods in comprehension, assuring him that the circumstance is acceptable. However, she then inquires if the child appeared especially timid. John responds reflectively, suggesting that perhaps youngsters of that age are inherently reserved. With a grave countenance, the supervisor concurs, but adds that this child hails from a very distinct species. She discloses that the maiden is a dragon, a pure lineage dragon to be exact. As she clarifies, he listens attentively. She describes how dragon organs undergo a maturation period of 3 annua, while still within an egg before they emerge. During this interval, particular physical attributes, such as their horns, organs that perceive mystical energy develop. She elaborates that, While adult dragons have no difficulties with this procedure, young dragons frequently struggle. Inquisitive Chan asks why it is so arduous. The supervisor continues clarifying that young dragons perceive others' mystical energies as hues through their horns. However, since they are still maturing, they have trouble controlling this faculty. She indicates that many young dragons unwittingly detect magic, which can result in awkward or perilous situations. The supervisor emphasizes that this particular child lacks the life wisdom to comprehend or manage the adverse perceptions linked with these hues. She adds that if she isn't cautious, the young dragon could find herself in hazardous circumstances. This is why the capacity to distinguish good from bad is something that arrives with one's own life experiences. Upon hearing this, John asks if the supervisor means it is perilous for young dragons because they lack the ability to discern nature. He adds that a pleasing visage doesn't necessarily signify a good individual. With a grin, she affirms his understanding, clarifying that this is why timid parent dragons are especially wary with their progeny. She notes that pure lineage dragons receive even more stringent tutelage. As they continue their discourse, the small maiden abruptly calls out to Chan from behind them. Both adults pivot to see her beaming with delight. With an endearing grin, she proudly exhibits the flowers she has fashioned and proclaims that she is complete. However, as the supervisor approaches with an eager countenance, lauding her craftsmanship, the small maiden swiftly sidesteps and conceals behind Chan, appearing alarmed, understanding her trepidation. The supervisor kneels to the child's level and speaks soothingly, saying that concealing like this during daylight will help ensure her safety. The supervisor gently addresses the small maiden, clarifying that Chan needs to depart home now, since he labored all evening and must obtain some slumber. She suggests that the maiden might think about returning later. Hearing this, the small maiden's expression fades. She gazes up at Chan, who offers her a genial grin and reassures her that she can leave her creations here and return to retrieve them whenever she has time in the morning. With a courteous but sad countenance, she asks if that is truly feasible. The supervisor, brightening up, affirms that she can visit anytime. John encourages her to return whenever she desires, prompting a cheerful grin from the small maiden as she thanks him. Calling him sir, she then turns to the supervisor, expressing her gratitude and referring to her as madam. Both John and the supervisor are taken aback by her courteous deportment. With a radiant grin, the supervisor steps nearer and tells the maiden that she can call her sibling instead. The small maiden happily concurs, calling her sibling also. Observing this exchange, Chan thinks that there's no necessity to discuss age with the supervisor anymore after the small maiden departs the shop. Both Chan and the supervisor wave farewell to her from within. Once the portal is secured, the supervisor turns to Chan and comments that now that the maiden is gone, perhaps it's moment to get him prepared to depart home. She steps forward looking somewhat perplexed and instructs him to open the compartment. John asks which compartment he should unseal, and she indicates the specific position, signifying that he needs to unseal the one in the front. He nods in agreement and moves towards it, still puzzled about what she has in contemplation. As he unseals the compartment, he is taken aback to find a mystical orb resting inside, accompanied by a console. The supervisor clarifies that this is a magic article, known as a translocation apparatus, fashioned to shift their shop to diverse locations. John gazes at it in wonder, commenting that it resembles a fusion of magic and sophisticated engineering from Moro. The supervisor, wearing a proud countenance, tells him that she fashioned it herself, making it the shop's singular translocation mechanism. However, she cautions him to manage it with prudence, warning that it shouldn't be contacted carelessly. She clarifies that she has assigned particular zones where their shop can function, but warns that if he contacts it erroneously, it could transport them to a novel location instantly. Furthermore, if that transpires, every merchandise on exhibit will alter as well, so he needs to be vigilant. Chan nods in comprehension and assures her that he will keep that in mind. The supervisor grins at him and adds that the mechanism is simple to utilize. All he has to do is input his home location into the display panel. He glances at the console again and asks if he truly needs to key it in there. She affirms this, but adds with a grave countenance that if she attempts their personal realm, John instantly expresses regret and queries why she cannot perform it solo, despite her having fashioned this apparatus. She mulls over her prior translocation adventures, remembering locations such as the Noodle Eatery and the lovely floral sanctuary. With lucidity, she clarifies that for translocation sorcery, possessing exact details regarding the endpoint and a firm resolve are crucial. This signifies that if an individual has never visited a specific spot or wants the fortitude to journey there, the translocation merely will not happen. John comprehends that this suggests the device can transport him anyplace, assuming he fulfills those prerequisites. The supervisor gleefully includes that, as she understands not of Chan's realm. It would prove fruitless for her to try it. She stresses that he grasps his realm optimally. Thus, he ought to be the individual to perform it. He understands her assertion and stares at the mystical sphere, remarking gravely that though she terms it sorcery, she had noted previously that sorcery does not impact his bodily makeup, even whilst cleansing the dragon hide. He voices skepticism that anything shall transpire. Sensing discouraged right then, the supervisor summons him. Encountering her look, she comforts him that he need not fret. All he must perform is believe her and attempt it. With an endearing grin, she includes that all things shall certainly resolve favorably. Chan, sensing bolstered, concurs with her. He then concentrates on the mystical sphere, musing that the supervisor is not the kind to place him in a difficult predicament. He verifies again with her, querying if all he must perform is input his residence location. With a radiant grin, she affirms this and instructs him to contemplate his urge to go homeward. If the recollections are pleasant or unpleasant, if he desires it fervently, it shall be achievable after processing all the clarifications. John shuts his peeper's inputs, his residence location, onto the console and concentrates on his urge to go homeward. He pictures diverse episodes from his history, mulling over how it was a harsh realm, wherein he was double-crossed by the firm he once served for. Still, there existed instances of joy. He remembers the amusing occasions past socializing with companions during his juvenescence, discovering it all rather paradoxical. In a flash, the supervisor summons him in a courteous manner. As he unseals his peepers and gazes at her, she signals towards the portal with an eager countenance, prompting him to venture outdoors and inspect. He swiftly arises, peeks at the portal, and queries her. Rather perplexed if it truly functioned, she answers that she is not sure, which is the reason she's pressing him to observe. Concurring with her, Sean marches towards the portal, with inquisitiveness welling within him. He grasps for the knob and unseals it. Venturing outdoors and peering about, he is startled, proclaiming in astonishment that it genuinely is his vicinity. Astonished, he reflects on how he cannot fathom he translocated to a different realm in merely some instants. As he delights in his fresh elation, the supervisor ventures outdoors and notes that this elucidates some matters. He gazes at her in perplexity and expresses regret, querying what she implies, showing him a charming grin. She clarifies that it's presently apparent that his bodily makeup can be swayed by his volition. She urges him to remember what he was contemplating whilst cleansing the dragon hide. John answers that he wished it would be effectively cleansed. The supervisor proceeds, asserting that if sorcery had no impact on his bodily makeup, the sorcery within the hide would have probably been annihilated, making them futile nonetheless, as he was capable to cleanse it. She feels his aim to perform so was mirrored in his bodily condition. Amazed by her remarks, Sean apprehensively queries if she implies she founded her solicitation on merely her supposition. With a calm and gratified manner, she affirms, clarifying that differently, it would have yielded an item that would not be functional. She comforts him that the deduction is that it is truly feasible to manage his bodily state through his volition. She likewise conjectures that this faculty could be linked to why he discovered his path to her corner shop. Initially, she notes that she requires to watch further, to comprehend the circumstances in particularity, and queries if John is inquisitive about anything additional. Stroking a palm through his locks, he refuses with a tired exhalation. The supervisor concurs in comprehension, including that she has no additional queries also. With a gleeful grin, she presents him a packet brimming with currency and a tiny vial of elixir. prompting him to accept them and sign off for the duration. Subsequently, John reverts to his chamber in his personal realm. As he enters within and absorbs his environment, a feeling of solace envelopes him. He muses to himself that though it is a cramped, tiny, and aged single-chamber dwelling, it genuinely is the spot where he once resided. Sensing weary, he comprehends that he must labor this evening also. Thus he opts to program a reminder beforehand. Abruptly, he recollects the tiny vial the supervisor had presented him previously. He extracts and inspects it attentively, and remembers her remarks that imbibing this elixir would cause him to slumber immediately. He had not genuinely felt she had fashioned it for him, yet now he ponders if it shall truly be potent. Following programming his reminder for 9 antimeridium on his device, he ascends into bed, consumes the elixir, and muses with optimism that as the supervisor fashioned it solo, it ought to certainly function. With that degree of faith in her, he imbibes the elixir. Albeit he frets, he will not remain slumbering if he does not perceive the reminder. Instance thereafter duration appears to elapse in a flash. When he at last perceives the reminder sounding, his peepers fly open, he swiftly seizes his device, mutes the reminder, and peeks at the display. Perceiving that the duration shows precisely 9 antimeridium, he cannot avoid remarking on how potent it truly is. Following some duration, he prepares for labor and ventures from his dwelling. As he ambles through the avenues, he rubs his limbs and notes to himself how soundly he slumbered. Owing to the slumber elixir, nonetheless, a surge of perplexity envelopes him. As he ponders if his journey to the corner shop was actual, he notes that as he possesses concrete proof, it ought not be a reverie, he queries. If the shop shall yet be in the identical spot as yours. Absorbed in reflection, he proceeds towards the shop and is startled when he espies it positioned precisely where he departed. A feeling of astonishment pervades him as he clutches the hand. Persuaded that the existence of an actual corner shop, affirms that it was not merely a creation of his fancy. Upon accessing, skepticism resurfaces within, and he ponders if he is the sole individual who can perceive this spot. Abruptly, he perceives a tone emanating from the desk, a gentleman addressing the supervisor in a severe manner. John peeks across and perceives that the gentleman is hairless. As he shuts the portal, he overhears fragments of their discourse. The hairless gentleman informs the supervisor that if he imbibes his spirit here, he may abandon the vacant containers yonder. He includes that he shall present her the vacant containers, and if they amass to 101 value, the cost of the spirit shall amount to precisely 2,001. That's the reason he asserts on imbibing it precisely there. In actuality, the elderly gent is not mortal. He is a fae with a chuckle. He proclaims that he can consume a measure in one instant, and asserts there's no predicament whatsoever. He commands the supervisor to attend him precisely there. As John watches the spectacle, perplexity envelopes him, and he desires ardently that it was all merely a reverie. The supervisor presents a genial grin to the Fey patron, and softly apprises him that, as she noted, previously imbibing in the corner shop is unlawful. She presses him to settle for his spirit and savor it at residence alternatively. This causes the elderly gent to sense exasperated, and he urges her with a severe manner, querying why it is unlawful and why she is behaving so peculiarly. He contends that it appears illogical for a shop vending spirits to forbid imbibing on the grounds. Apprehensive, the supervisor attempts to elucidate that she did not imply it in that fashion. Yet as she stumbles beneath the elderly gent's coercion, Chan advances ahead, placing himself amidst them. Mustering his valor, he speaks to the elderly gent resolutely, asserting that pursuant to the statutes, corner shops are categorized as eateries, which is the reason imbibing there is not allowed. The supervisor gazes at him in astonishment. Chan proceeds informing the elderly gent that he likewise cannot imbibe externally of the corner shop. He presses the Fae to merely settle for his beverage and savor it at residence. As Chan vocalizes the supervisor, Maiden's mandible descends in astonishment. She gazes at him and queries when he reached. Chan merely peeks rearward and answers that he just arrived here, noting that she is laboring diligently. Their discourse is suddenly disrupted by the resonant tone of the Fae. Elderly gent who summons Chan. The supervisor reflexively shields her oracles at the intensity of his tone. The elderly gent insists to understand how Chan presumes he is to disrupt so abruptly without reluctance. Chan answers that he is a staffer here, The Fae is startled by this disclosure, his manner altering immediately. He modifies his manner disbelievingly, querying if John ventures to address a patron in that fashion, simply because he is only a staffer. The Fae charges him of regarding him lowly simply because he is a Fae. Chan, perplexed by the charge, swiftly expresses regret and queries when he ever regarded him lowly. The elderly gent repeats that by declining his solicitation, Chan is truly displaying scorn. He asserts that both he and the supervisor are regarding him lowly, because he is a Fae whilst they are both mortal. The supervisor and Sean trade startled looks, and Sean, perplexed, asserts that he has performed not to justify such a response. Yet abruptly the Fae collapses onto the ground like a youngster, erupting into weeping as he exclaims out that they have truly regarded him lowly gliding on the ground. The Fae elderly gent laments about how doleful all things are, proclaiming that he senses so mournful in an apprehensive manner. John attempts to intercede, apprising him that it's perilous to be reclining on the ground like that. Nonetheless, the elderly gent proceeds to bewail that he is being regarded lowly by trivial mortal individuals, merely because he is aged. The supervisor maiden watches the spectacle with a placid manner. She softly solicits the Fae to arise, cautioning him that he could get injured if the merchandise on exhibit descends on him. As she vocalizes, she covertly positions her palm on a hidden crimson switch. Situated at the desk, the elderly gent sneers, implying that they are presently issuing him commands. The supervisor comforts him that it's not thus. She is simply voicing apprehension for his security. Perceiving that he isn't grasping the gravity of the circumstances, she resolutely activates the switch. Soon thereafter, the authorities reach the corner shop. A lupin-faced constable nears the Fae, who presently seems utterly placid, whilst the lady law enforcer queries the supervisor for particulars. The enforcer observes that the supervisor asserts the Fae did not settle for the spirit, and likewise charge him of bias and disrupting the enterprise. The supervisor affirms this, including that she can furnish the surveillance recording as proof. Chan positions back at the desk, donning his outerwear, whilst the supervisor maiden proceeds towards the surveillance chamber with the law enforcer. As she unseals the portal, she queries the enforcer if she requires aid with managing the surveillance. The law enforcer gestures her cranium, comforting her that it's all right, and that she shall revert after inspecting the recording. The supervisor instructs her to use her leisure. After the enforcer accesses the chamber, the supervisor reverts to Chan at the desk. He gazes at her and notes that the Fae in this realm appear rather distinct from what he understands. She courteously queries regarding the Fae in his realm. Initially he falters, uncertain of how to elucidate, yet after visualizing the spectacle in his thoughts, he portrays them as regal and lovely entities. He includes that he consistently conceived of Fae as highly stately. Yet after observing the late occurrences in the shop, he is startled with a placid and soft countenance. The supervisor answers that there existed truly such regal kinds before the conflict. Chan appears perplexed, urging her to expand. She clarifies that eons past, this realm underwent substantial scholarly breakthroughs, resulting in the fashioning of myriad relics, fashioned to augment the existences of all kinds. She clarifies that it was mortals who pioneered the breakthroughs in scholarship and engineering, permitting other kinds to savor a more facile existence. At first, all individuals welcomed this advancement favorably, resulting in the maturation of territories. Nonetheless, this swift breakthrough yielded the annihilation of the wild, notwithstanding the amenities that arrived with this advancement. The Fae persisted firmly averse to these alterations. Eventually, frictions intensified into conflict. Astonished, Chan queries if the conflict ignited merely due to scholarly engineering. She affirms this, observing that the Fae, as a wild, amicable kind, could not endure the annihilation of their surroundings, precipitated by mortal breakthroughs. The Fae answered by deconstructing numerous structures and plants, urging the other kinds to choose allegiances. They confronted a decision, endorsed the mortals, and persist to progress, or align with the Fae to maintain the current state. She stresses that the agreement was to align with the mortals. As John attends, keenly peering out the casement, she proceeds, notwithstanding the cohesion amidst the kinds. Amidst the strife, the Fae possessed a substantial edge in figures, extending the conflict markedly. when he perceives some fae and mortals strolling jointly outdoors. She clarifies that ultimately they harmonize. Nonetheless, the repercussion of the conflict imprinted profound marks, yielding a severe reduction in the throngs of both fae and mortals. As John stares at the fae, elderly gent slumbering in the authority vehicle, he pivots to the supervisor and queries what befell the fae. She clarifies that following the conflict, the enduring fae confronted substantial bias and resided beneath immense subjugation with an endearing countenance. She then queries if he recollects the fae law enforcer, who proceeded to inspect the surveillance. He concurs, and she informs him that the enforcer probably toiled diligently to obtain that position, even venturing so far as to tin her fair locks sable. The supervisor stresses that if any patrons are fae, they ought to be handled kindly. John comprehends her assertion, yet courteously queries if he must handle the fae patron from previously, with the identical graciousness at this. The supervisor abruptly appears startled and swiftly cautions him against that idea. She asserts that he is not compelled to handle such patrons kindly, counseling him to merely repel them afar if they shriek or revile at him. She includes that he ought not endure abuse for no justification. Chan answers placidly, comforting her that he comprehends. He subsequently courteously proposes that she ought to conclude her duty for the duration. The supervisor inhales, slightly concurs, yet notes that she must revert after the law enforcer is returned, precisely as they proceed their discourse. The law enforcer appears from the surveillance chamber. She notifies the supervisor that she's completed inspecting the surveillance record. Chan observes as the supervisor, in a sleepy manner, appreciates her for her arduous labor. The supervisor then offers a tiny, gleeful grin and queries if they might converse on the path out. As she's prepared to depart homeward, the enforcer concurs in assent. As they get set to depart, the law enforcer informs the supervisor that they shall be escorted, the fae with them for present, including that his degree of penalty shall probably be ascertained, following inspecting his circumstances additionally. The supervisor recognizes. This then pivots to Chan whilst keeping the portal ajar. She instructs him to dispatch her if anything peculiar transpires at the shop. The enforcer presents Chan a courteous gesture, appreciating him for his collaboration, and both ladies depart out. Chan gestures at the supervisor and the law enforcer with a grin, desiring them a secure homecoming. As they depart, he reclines back upon the seat and settles his cranium on the desk. Sensing a surge of apprehension envelop him, he muses about how depleted he is, following merely 2 durations of his temporary task, and comprehends that he must adjust swiftly. Differently, he shall not be capable to sustain this for extended. Absorbed in reflection, a fresh patron ambles into the corner shop. He nears the desk and, perceiving John with his cranium lowered, severely queries if he's idling at labor. Chan gazes up astonished to observe that it's the identical patron, with a canine-like visage from Ur. The patron insists to understand why Chan is not arising. Instantly, in his thoughts, Chan ponders if he may solicit the supervisor for leave to eject this patron out. Also with a placid manner, he arises and queries the patron if he's seeking something particular. The patron, yet raging, insists to understand where the dentifrice is. Chan signals towards the ledge, indicating that it's in the identical spot as the dental brush the patron procured Ur. This merely infuriates the patron further, and he keenly queries how he's meant to understand that, founded on his ambiguous guidance. He charges him of being unskillful and commands him to elucidate matters suitably. John peeks at the patron casually, inwardly summoning the supervisor and bewailing that he senses harassed. He subsequently advances ahead and courteously proposes that the patron must accompany him. He shall reveal to him where the dentifrice is. The patron mutters that he ought to have performed that earlier, when they attain the ledge brimming with dentifrices. Sean comforts him that he may select any of them. The patron commences inspecting the alternatives, yet shortly appears perplexed and queries which dentifrice he ought to procure. John merely answers that he does not understand. The patron pivots back to him disbelievingly, noting that as a staffer, John ought to at minimum be acquainted with the merchandise. He includes that patrons are improbable to procure anything if the personnel cannot create a fine entreaty, and queries if the enterprise can flourish with such subpar attention. Chan pivots his cranium somewhat, perceiving that the patron appears to possess rather some requests. He espies Adeniferous with a 1+1 deal, and, indicating to it, courteously queries the patron what he considers about that alternative. The patron settles down to inspect it, yet swiftly answers that he does not require 2 containers. Chan proposes that as one is gratis, it could be advantageous for him to procure it. The patron mulls for an instant, his peepers concentrated on the merchandise before eventually concurring to the arrangement. They both proceed rearward to the desk, wherein the patron positions the Deniferous in 10,000 won before Chan, asserting that he's prepared to settle. John verifies the cost and placidly notifies him that it's 3,200 won. He likewise notes that a sack values 100 won and queries if he would desire one. The patron affirms he does. Yet then his look moves to some additional article exhibited at the desk. He selects one up and informally states he shall procure that also. John concurs and informs him that the sum shall presently be 6,300 won, including that the fresh article likewise possesses a 1+1 deal. Perceiving this, the patron grows vexed and asserts he does not require 2, asserting that he may simply accept 1. John expresses regret for the misinterpretation and presents him his remainder. The patron accepts merely one of the Deniferous containers and instructs him to retrieve the gratis one. John placidly answers that he cannot retrieve it, querying how he might restore it when it's presently his. Yet the patron retorts back, stating it's not of his affair, and comforting him he shall not be soliciting a reimbursement subsequently. Thus he ought to simply accept it. With such, the patron ventures outdoors, murmuring that he'll be departing presently. Observing him depart, Chan exhales, musing with a mournful countenance that this diminutive-like patron might not be a constant. Yet each occasion he appears up, there's invariably some matter to handle, mulling the patron's recurrent arrivals. John comprehends he probably labors close by, and a surge of terror envelopes him, as he ponders if he'll have to confront him consistently, for as extended as he's laboring here. He places his palms over his oracles, absorbed in reflection, when he abruptly perceives someone additional accessing the corner shop. Gazing upward, John is astonished to observe the identical incubus maiden from Europe, positioned before him. His thoughts flash to her fervent countenance from previously, yet with a courteous manner. She queries if he is likewise vending departure missives. John swiftly summons the supervisor to relay the circumstances. As the incubus patron tarries, positioned on a seat, the supervisor seems astonished, querying if that maiden truly reverted back. John affirms, and notes that she probably shall not behave as she did Europe. The supervisor queries regarding the incubus patron's state. John answers that she appears to have partaken a beverage, yet she is far more tractable than she was Europe, as he reposes below the desk. The supervisor directs him to inspect her state. With the hex scanner, she comforts him that if the outcomes are acceptable, he ought to simply permit her be, as naught shall transpire. Then John apprehensively concurs, stating he shall reach her anew if anything peculiar arises up. Amidst the inspection, the supervisor informs him she's entrusting it in his palms. Following concluding the communication, he mops the perspiration from his forehead and ponders what he ought to perform subsequently. He senses somewhat apprehensive, dreading the patron could act unpredictably anew. He queries if he ought to merely remain concealed, as he contends with his perplexity and terror. The picture of the supervisor clutching the currency for him streaks through his thoughts. He dispels the apprehensive notions, recollecting himself of the reward he obtained here from her, and the stipend he shall acquire this lunar cycle, with the pledge of that currency impelling him. He comprehends he must labor assiduously to merit it. Mustering his valor, he nears the incubus patron, speaking to her courteously as he presents the hex scanner. When the patron espies him in the implement, her endearing countenance illuminates, as she proclaims in astonishment that it's the identical apparatus she observed here. With a trace of apprehension, he informs her that he must inspect her if she desires to remain in the shop, and queries if that's acceptable with her. Placidly, she proffers her palm, concurring to permit him inspect. He appreciates her for acceding his solicitation. As he readies to perform the inspection, the patron abruptly summons him. He pivots to her, perceiving her somewhat abashed countenance, with a flush on her visage. She expresses regret for her conduct the prior duration. John senses somewhat perplexed, and queries if she is expressing regret for disgorging chromatic sorbet in the shop. She veils her visage with her palms in mortification and solicits that he not mention it anew with a trace of contrition. She clarifies that she was bereft of her senses following imbibing excessive mystical energy whilst laboring at her firm. She meekly expresses regret anew, asserting that she possesses no justification for her deeds. Inquisitive, Chan queries her what sort of firm would abandon her in such a condition. With lacrimation emerging in her peepers in a mournful manner, she discloses that she labors at a proximate medicinal firm, and that her state emerged while she was concocting an amorous elixir. Chan's astonishment is palpable as he queries if elixirs aren't usually fashioned by sorcerers. She gazes at him and clarifies that in sectors linked to affection, incubus performs a substantial part, including that he likely would not understand that, as he is mortal. She expands, stating that their kind is especially adept at enthralling and bewitching individuals, as they are invariably proximate to the notion of affection. Numerous incubi labor in medicinal firms that fashion affection-linked remedies, or function as mental healers, to advise those contending with amorous predicaments. With a somber spirit, she admits that she is one of them, and expresses regret anew for her conduct the duration prior, clarifying that her labor was not proceeding favorably at that instant, which resulted in her deeds. Chan attends keenly, astonished by her clarification, and commences to comprehend that incubus in this realm possess a salubrious aspect nonetheless. He cannot dispel the notion that something yet appears amiss. He softly queries her why she is contemplating resigning her task, including that he feels her part befits her aptly, and ponders why she is seeking a departure missive. At this query, she chafes her digits in exasperation, and abruptly lacrimation cascades down her visage. With a mournful countenance, she discloses that the cause for her anguish is that she has never participated on a rendezvous. Neither does she comprehend what affection genuinely signifies. John is utterly amazed by her disclosure, and queries in perplexity how it's achievable, considering that she hails from an incubus kind. In reply, the patron hammers her mitts on the surface in an instant of exasperation. Indeed, yet clarifies that she concentrated excessively on her academics, so there existed no room for courtship in her existence. She reveals that she matriculated as a scholar, with a somewhat solitary being. Inhaling a profound respiration, she proceeds, stating she endeavored greatly at her initial occupation. Yet since she fails to grasp affection, her labor is ailing, still sensing despond. She includes that when she queries her superiors or peers regarding affection, they all present varying viewpoints, rendering her uncertain regarding what to accept. She concedes that she senses perchance this vocation isn't suitable for her, which is the reason she has been seeking a departure document. Following, heeding her, John replies with a serene countenance, recognizing that she must be considerably distressed by all of this. She concurs, and he comprehends he has ultimately heard regarding her private hardships. Clutching the hex scanner in his palm, he speaks to her in a comforting manner, urging her to remain optimistic and brighten up. As she looks at him with moisture in her orbs, he comforts her that all individuals contend when they commence their initial occupation. Thus, there's no necessity for her to brood on it adversely. Motivated by his placid comportment, she resolves to disclose the true purpose for her arrival, stating that she arrived since she recalled an utterance he made previously. He senses somewhat perplexed and requests her to expand. She remembers the episode from the prior day, observing that he had stated something regarding desiring something he could not possess while she was within the cab. Chan replies plainly, affirming that he had uttered those remarks without considerable reflection. Nonetheless, she suddenly rises from the furniture, her vexation surging forth, as she proclaims that she was astounded by his statement, startled by her abrupt vehemence. Chan attends, as she clarifies that all others either portray affection as simple, pleasant, and blissful, or as troublesome and agonizing. Yet he was the sole individual who had presented an alternate viewpoint. Chan endeavors to soothe her, yet she asserts that his remarks persist remaining in her thoughts, since they were so novel and unfamiliar to her. She moves nearer to him, joining her palms before her, and with moisture within her orbs, implores for him to convey his ideas on the significance of affection. She sincerely desires to perceive his reply. John senses a twinge of compassion as he gazes at her. He shuts his peepers in apprehension, recalling that he observed a comparable look in her orbs previously. With a soft manner, he expresses regret and concedes that he also fails to comprehend affection, and that his prior remark was uttered without considerable reflection. Sensing somewhat uneasy, he discloses that he has never courted anyone previously. Astonished, she settles and queries why he has not sought a connection. He gestures and answers that it's probable since his visage appears so bland, which has deterred others from displaying curiosity. As they partake in an instant of quietude, their gazes met. Sorrow engulfs John. Abruptly, he averts his look aside, moisture emerging within his orbs, as he quietly desires for her not to attempt to grasp him too profoundly, and to merely depart homeward following that instant. They both assume a place at the furniture. The patron extracts a digital slate, launches the memo application, and joyfully notifies him that they are prepared to swap particulars regarding one another. She intends to record their discourse for subsequent consultation. With an endearing grin, she comforts him that anything he imparts shall not be divulged to any other individual. It shall solely be utilized for her personal intentions. Thus he may reply to her queries at ease. John reciprocates her grin, yet internally ponders why he ought to engage in this dialogue. As he watches her radiant countenance, he mulls what inquiries she could pose. Nonetheless, he questions he can offer any significant perceptions, considering that he has remained unattached for 29 annum. He senses he shall not be of any assistance to her whatsoever. Comprehending he ought to alter the topic, he summons her focus and queries, instead of questioning other individuals, what her notions are regarding entering a connection. Astonished by his inquiry, she cannot fathom he genuinely queried her that. John concurs, conceding it could be somewhat clumsy to state. Yet he pictures that individuals surrounding her must have attempted to arrange her with another. He queries if she's ever experienced that circumstance. She placidly rotates her writing tool and concurs, clarifying that individuals had certainly attempted. Yet she eluded it entirely since it frightened her. John is astonished, and she proceeds, stating that when she initially commenced at the firm, she investigated affection comprehensively. She perused each volume and queried numerous individuals, and whilst they all depicted affection as a marvelous matter, it was likewise something ethereal and profoundly individual. Each person possessed a distinct encounter with it, which caused her to fret regarding what might transpire if affection were completely dissimilar from what she anticipated. She concedes with a mournful countenance that this notion genuinely terrified her. Thus she eluded it at all expense. Following conveying this, she queries him if it's peculiar for an incubus to dread affection. Chan swiftly comforts her that it's not peculiar whatsoever, and she gazes at him with expectant, inquisitive orbs. He clarifies that all individuals dread what they cannot perceive or completely comprehend, and mortal feelings specifically are intricate and challenging to apprehend. Particularly initially, he includes that amidst all feelings, affection is the most intricate. Thus it's no marvel that commencing an amorous connection isn't fast. Nonetheless, an idea traverses his thoughts, and he queries her how she perceives affection. Casually mulling her vocation is linked to it. The patron appears perplexed by the inquiry. With a grave comportment, he clarifies that, though she depicted affection as a marvelous matter previously, he does not wholly concur with that notion. Startled, she swiftly queries why he senses this manner. Placidly, he narrates an encounter he experienced with a companion. He informs her that when his companion was courting, he frequently boasted regarding his associate, asserting he could not exist without her. His ladylove appeared similarly blissful, and his companion often asserted they were a pair destined in paradise. Nonetheless, after they wedded and commenced cohabiting together, they began observing imperfections within one another that they had earlier disregarded. For example, there were occasions when his companion desired a particular meal, yet his spouse declined to prepare it. John proceeds, stating that their disputes regarding these minor matters resulted in recurrent altercations, eventually prompting his companion to rue becoming wedded. As John conveys the narrative, the patron taps upon her digital slate, observing each particular and scrutinizing the elements that guided his companion's connection. Hardships following an instant, She remarks reflectively, implying that his companion and his associate could have been exceedingly dissimilar from one another. John concurs, answering that it assuredly appears that manner, and noting how his companion once cherished all things regarding her. When they were courting, however, he perceives that numerous individuals surrounding him appear to undergo the identical experience. He includes with a grave countenance. That affection frequently appears to alter with situations, albeit genuinely splendid matters. In his judgment, typically persist unchanged. As she attends keenly, he proceeds, clarifying that affection alters, since it is linked to a blend of feelings within each individual. That's the reason he counsels she ought to address it casually and attempt a connection at minimum one time. He elucidates that whilst affection is truly marvelous, he does not feel it's inevitably something ubiquitously splendid. He likewise cautions her to be wary regarding succumbing to perilous affection. Inquisitive, she queries him what he signifies by perilous affection. He clarifies that he feels there exist two varieties of feelings that can prove perilous. The initial is when an individual attempts to one-sidedly compel affection, when one associate is endeavoring to coerce the other to cherish them, whilst the other is simply honoring their desires, lacking any sincere urge for affection. The alternate variety entails an affection typified by scrutiny solely. For instance, an individual who is satisfied merely observing their associate, lacking genuine interaction with them. John stresses that he perceives both these varieties of affection as perilous, since they may imprint injuries and blemishes on both parties, frequently prompting associates to close their spirits off from one another. As he peers out the casement, he perceives two gentlemen with reptilian-like visages laboring jointly. This urges him to inform her that, whilst the two varieties of affection he depicted are dissimilar, he regards them as avaricious and unilateral feelings. He includes that affection cannot persist in seclusion. It necessitates reciprocal involvement. Watching the reptilian-visaged gentleman externally, Chan deduces that a genuine connection may solely be formed via the interchange of sentiments between associates, following conveying his ideas. Chan cautions her anew to be wary of these varieties of affection and to pursue a pleasant connection alternatively. The maiden patron attends keenly, astonished by his perceptions, and commences to note them upon her slate. Nonetheless, she halts to compose an inquiry, courteously querying if she shall be capable to discover connection. Considering her vexing disposition, John comforts her assuredly that she positively may discover it, since she is an exceedingly appealing individual. He includes rather clumsily that it could be impolite to stay, yet he feels there shall not be numerous gentlemen who would decline her avowal. Consequently, he urges her to be self-assured and to make the leap. As he concludes uttering, he abruptly veils his mouth, sensing somewhat abashed, and expresses regret for conversing excessively. Particularly mulling, he has never courted previously. This disclosure astonishes the patron. She answers with a courteous grin, stating that she has never courted any individual either, yet is still fashioning amorous elixirs. She clarifies that it's genuinely simpler for her to comprehend an individual who has not possessed amorous encounters, and she conveys her thankfulness for acquiring the viewpoint of an individual who has remained unattached their whole existence. John senses a blend of unease and thankfulness at her commendation, quietly desiring she would avoid broaching his perpetual, unattached condition. Then he abruptly summons her anew, querying if she requires to prepare for labor. She peeks at her device and astonished comprehends he's correct. It's occasion for the initial coach to reach. They both amble to the corner shop's portal, wherein she appreciates him reverently for attending to her. She conveys that it genuinely aided her considerably, to which he answers that he's pleased to have offered support. He subsequently presents her a tiny parcel from the shop, soliciting that she carry it with her. Perplexed, she queries why he is bestowing it to her. He merely clarifies that as she must depart for labor presently, it shall render her duration somewhat simpler if she accepts it. Though at first astonished, she concurs in assent and receives the parcel, appreciating him anew as he grasps for the portal knob to unseal it. She summons him once again with a radiant grin. She queries if it might discommode him if she reverted to the shop subsequently. He comforts her that it's not an issue whatsoever. With such, she departs the shop and proceeds on her path. The subsequent dawn, the supervisor reaches the corner shop and queries John regarding the incubus maiden. As she dons her outerwear, she queries him, pondering if he genuinely feels it's acceptable for the incubus patron to revert. Chan merely answers that he does. Her countenance transforms to one of astonishment, and she cautions him not to receive such patrons so readily subsequently. She clarifies that he ought to be wary around incubi, as they are renowned for their fervent fixations. In a placid manner, Sean queries if that's genuinely the situation with a resolute countenance. She affirms it, cautioning him that he might encounter difficulty if he meddles with them. She repeats the significance of being vigilant subsequently. John attends keenly, his visage somewhat abashed, and comforts her that he shall retain her counsel and thought. As they converse, a bicyclist passes by externally the shop. The supervisor informally notes that she has not observed the unadulterated juvenile dragon this day. This urges Chan to recall that she yet possesses numerous assignments to finalize. Precisely then, the supervisor queries if the small youngster has overlooked some matter. Abruptly, they both perceive a peculiar sound from externally. Apprehensive, they hurry to the port. Chan queries regarding the noise. Yet the supervisor concedes she does not understand what it is, merely that it resonates like alloy. As the supervisor swiftly unseals the portal and they both peer externally, they are astounded to observe the bicyclist from previously reclining in the avenue. The supervisor summons him, addressing him as automated figure sir, and queries if he is injured, yet reclining on the terrain. The form gazes upward and comforts her that he is all right, appreciating her for her solicitude. Yet, as Chan obtains a clearer view, he comprehends the form is not mortal. It is an automaton. The supervisor crouches alongside the automaton, proffering a palm to assist it upward, noting with solicitude that it could not conceivably be all right, following producing such a resonant impact. The automaton expresses regret for alarming her and thankfully receives her aid to arise. Meantime, John retrieves the automaton's toppled two-wheeler. Perplexed by the circumstance, the supervisor then graciously queries how it ultimately toppled in the initial instance. The automaton clarifies that an unforeseen problem transpired. The two-wheeler treadle abruptly ceased functioning. Inspecting nearer at the two-wheeler, Chan summons from the rear, perceiving that the link has detached off. The automaton angles its cranium in perplexity, querying if the two-wheeler link truly became unfastened. Chan hunkers alongside the two-wheeler, affirms the automaton's remarks, and clarifies that the link probably detached owing to contortion. Whilst altering mechanisms, he comforts them that with some exertion, they ought to be capable to mend it. Employing his thoughts and adroitly maneuvering his palms, he swiftly reconnects the link to the two-wheeler. After he concludes, he proclaims that it is completed. Both the supervisor and the automaton observe in amazement, with the automaton even erupting into acclamation. Manifestly gratified, the supervisor pivots to Chan, lauding him as wondrous for mending it so rapidly. The automaton peeks at its two-wheeler, conveying thankfulness for the restoration. In remarking on Chan's remarkable aptitudes, the supervisor advances nearer to Chan, positioning a palm on his posterior, and joyfully observes how gifted and dependable he is, with a flush stealing onto his visage. John humbly answers that he merely understands how to mend two-wheelers, since he utilized one frequently when he was more juvenile. The automaton then courteously presents each of them a billet, appreciating them anew for their support, and comforting them they may contact any time they require aid. As they inspect the billet, they comprehend that the automaton possesses a firing establishment that focuses on creature pursuing. The automaton notifies them that he would be glad to offer his capabilities to them jointly without charge. John attempts to comfort the automaton that it does not require to exert itself to reciprocate the kindness. Yet the automaton asserts that it sincerely desires to aid and urges them to reach it whenever they require support. With such, it leaps back on its two-wheeler and says adieu, journeying off into the horizon. The supervisor gestures at the automaton with a gleeful comportment, apprising it to be vigilant on its path, whilst Chan merely observes with a detached countenance, pivoting rearward to him. The supervisor courteously proposes that he ought to depart homeward and obtain some repose, as the morrow shall be bustling. Chan appears perplexed and queries if there are numerous shipments arranged. She clarifies that the morrow is Friday, the duration when individuals frequently revel before the weekend arrives. With a whimsical manner, she includes that if he fails to repose soundly this day, he could simply succumb the morrow. The utterance of Friday astounds Chan, and he abruptly comprehends she is correct. He mulls that he must have overlooked, as it has been such an interval since he previously labored in a corner shop. In his thoughts, he recognizes that Fridays are infamous for being unruly. Festive durations for corner shop personnel. The subsequent duration Friday reaches, and Chan is on the nocturnal duty. Positioned at the desk, he mulls on the importance of this duration. Peeking at the terminal display, he murmurs that it is a fervent Friday, extensively recognized as the most frenetic duration of the 7 nights. It is the duration when all individuals desire to relax and dispel the tension amassed over the preceding 5 durations. Nonetheless, he ponders regarding the origin of this reprieve. Subsequently, he comprehends that certainly it is the spirits recognizing that each spirit's establishment benefits substantially on this duration, comprising the corner shop. At this instant, the ambience within the shop is animated, with a duo of patrons delighting themselves. 2 chaps with fey oracles are creating a commotion. One among them is grasping a container, whilst the alternate reposes on the ground, consuming tidbits and chuckling exuberantly. The chap grasping the container pivots to his companion and proclaims that he shall presently perform melody number 18, querying if he's prepared to attend. With a radiant grin, the alternate Fae keenly concurs, and the initial one commences to vocalize with blithe delight. As the 2 chaps delight in the instant rearward the ledges, a fresh maiden patron accesses the shop, allured by the melody, with lengthy pinions emerging from her posterior, lovely tresses and aquiline like petal extremities. She radiates a captivating aura. The maiden sways gleefully to the melody, her endearing and blissful comportment illuminating the shop. Meantime, Chan positions at the desk, his countenance one of vexation. He comprehends that this is what Fridays have transformed into, an arrival of animated and peculiar patrons. Following an instant of serenity, vexation surges within him. Resolved to reinstate tranquility, he marches towards the patrons. Initially, he seizes the container from the palm of the vocalizing Fae. Subsequently, he acquires the tidbit parcel from the alternate Fae, who is yet reposing on the ground and chuckling exuberantly. Presenting them a severe glance, he speaks to them as patrons and asserts resolutely that, whilst he comprehends their delighting themselves, they require to settle for their articles before instigating any further trouble. Upon perceiving his remarks, both patrons compose themselves, assuming a courteous manner as they express regret for their conduct. They comfort him that they shall procure 2 of the articles. As John positions there, he abruptly perceives a tone summoning for aid. Perplexed, he gazes upward, precisely an occasion to observe a tertiary maiden patron gliding through the atmosphere, a countenance of sheer delight on her visage, as she shuts her peepers and delights in the instant. His peepers expand in astonishment at the spectacle, and the alternate 2 Fae patrons remain motionless, similarly amazed, precisely as she is poised to collide into the portal and dispatch ledges topple. Sean reflexively crouches and rapidly seizes her by the midsection. With a radiant grin and gleaming orbs, she proclaims that she has at last transformed into a signet. Vexed, John muses that she genuinely ought to be performing these sorts of actions at residence, rather than presently within the shop. He arises softly, draws her downward, and assumes a grave manner, pressing her not to act this fashion and directing her to depart homeward. As he endeavors to handle the circumstance, an abrupt, resonant impact echoes through the shop, succeeded by the alarmed shrieks of the 2 Fae patrons. Chan peeks across to the desk and observes the 2 Fae prostrate on the ground, utterly amazed by the tumultuous spectacle transpiring around them. He perceives that an additional patron, a bovine cranium form, has collided through the shop's portal and is presently reposing on the ground. The bovine gazes upward, the knob of the fractured portal yet ensnared in his antlers. And with a perplexed manner, he queries where he is. John softly places the aquiline maiden down on the ground, sensing both apprehensive and amazed. As he absorbs the spectacle of the utterly fractured portal, the bovine chap eructates and courteously queries regarding the origin of the tumult. Chan's vexation surges as he muses to himself, moisture emerging that the bovine has collided into a vitreous portal, and murmurs beneath his respiration that he is a malevolent fellow. Instance subsequently, all the enduring patrons commence to depart the shop placidly, abandoning Chan solitary with the tumult. He swiftly summons the supervisor, who is at residence. She replies with a cheerful manner, querying if he is yet animate with expanded peepers. John implores for her to rescue him from this predicament. Nonetheless, the supervisor, reclining on her couch and sensing completely depleted from labor, expresses regret. She notes that she senses like she's poised to succumb and reclines rearward, chafing her peepers as she informs him it has been especially arduous this day, noting that they have not possessed patrons like this previously. John queries regarding what she signifies by her peculiar patrons. The supervisor commences to narrate her personal encounters from the diurnal duty. She clarifies that a sprite had solicited her to divide the sum across multiple billets, whilst effecting a settlement, and there existed an extended queue of patrons tarrying rearward him. The sprite asserted that this would preserve her 1,001. Additionally, a dame had abruptly interposed in queue. As the supervisor solicited the sprite to settle with a sole billet, the dame propelled ahead, positioning her articles on the desk, and insisting that the supervisor handle her settlement initially, when the supervisor endeavored to elucidate that it was not her occasion, and that she would require to tarry. An altercation erupted between the sprite and the dame. The sprite, vexed, exclaimed that he was yet amidst settle. The supervisor proceeds to convey her vexations with Chan via the device, observing that whilst fastidious patrons are prevalent on Fridays, this day has been especially arduous. Attending to her narrate these occurrences, Chan positions at the desk with a grave countenance, comprehending that the supervisor has withstood much also. He deduces that there is not ample they may perform regarding the circumstance. Subsequently, the supervisor verifies in on him, conveying solicitude that he appeared depleted previously, and querying if he is all right meantime. John peeks at the fractured portal, which he has provisionally veiled with paperboard. When the supervisor queries him if some matter transpired, he merely answers that a beast man demolished the portal as she alters into her slumber attire and comprehends what he just uttered. Her countenance alters to one of astonishment. With an apprehensive manner, she queries if he is all right and if he was harmed in any fashion. John comforts her courteously that he is entirely well. He includes that he has previously acquired the communication details of the beast man, accountable for the impairment, and has implemented a provisional remedy in position. Thus, she does not require to fret. Nonetheless, when he gazes at the device and perceives her quietude, he muses to himself that she must be genuinely astounded by the tidings of the portal being demolished. Solicitude envelopes him as he ponders if he could have inundated her with excessive particulars. He comprehends he ought to have phrased his remarks more prudently, to diminish the astonishment, sensing a degree of accountability. He resolved that he ought to at minimum endeavor to console her precisely then. The supervisor vocalizes placidly, informing him that she requires to discover an implement that shall prove beneficial for him. Fascinated, he queries regarding it, and she affirms that she has been mulling this for some duration, and shall ready it as swiftly as feasible. He comforts her that she does not require to undergo the bother, yet she answers by clarifying that each kind in their realm holds mystical capabilities. She expands that each kind displays distinct bodily and mystical aptitudes, founded on their attributes. For example, Fae persist juvenile and possess extended durations of existence, whilst incubi surpass at enthralling individuals and such forth. She conveys her conviction that amidst these varied kinds, with differing aptitudes, Chan confronts the utmost peril of subjection to hazards in this realm, since he originates from a wholly dissimilar domain. Nonetheless, she comforts him that he holds an anti-sorcery physique, permitting him to manage it with his volition, which bestows him the capability to safeguard himself. As she vocalizes, she includes but they yet do not understand if this faculty shall shield him against utmost mystical capabilities, and she indicates that he cannot bodily surmount them also. Following clarifying all of this, she stresses that her solicitudes are merely for his security, comforting him that he requires not sense encumbered by it. She solicits him to believe her direction. In a courteous manner, he concurs and answers that he anticipates. She subsequently notes that she shall depart to discover some gear presently, and desires him favorable fortune for the remainder of his duty. He concurs with her and comforts her that there's no necessity to fret. As they conclude the device communication, John mulls on his ideas and comprehends that he has sensed this manner previously. He sincerely feels the supervisor is a truly fine individual. He muses to himself that she genuinely solicits regarding him, albeit he is merely a temporary laborer. He resolves that he ought to at minimum procure her some sustenance. When he acquires his initial stipend, absorbed in his ideas, an additional patron accesses the corner shop. When the patron summons him, Chan cordially receives him and queries if he is seeking some item specifically. The patron conveys his requirements and solicits Chan to aid him discover the articles. Chan concurs and readies to support him with the settlement also. Nonetheless, as the patron positions his palm on the desk, Chan perceives a blemish on his palm and is startled. Chan swiftly tenders an apology reciprocally and clarifies that it's the initial instance he has perceived such a blemish, inducing him to be momentarily bewildered without recognizing it. The patron consoles him, remarking that it is not atypical for individuals to bear marks like these. The client appears quite distinctive, featuring wolfish ears upon his crown. He presents John a grin and reassures him not to fret, noticing that anyone filled with inquisitiveness is destined to respond that way. Then he queries if he might rest here for some time. With a gentle voice, John concurs, pondering that he has never before met such a gracious, middle years gentleman previously. He informs the client that he can relax comfortably at the service desk. The fellow expresses his thankfulness for John's compassion and commences toying with his mobile, while still positioned at the counter. After a period, Sean peeks over and considers that the man has been engaged for a good while. He muses to himself if the patron is especially swamped. He scrutinizes the man's apparel and speculates if, attired and formal, were this late in the evening. He could be an office professional working extra hours. He conjectures that if that is the situation, he might be employed in finance, a domain recognized for extensive hours. With this notion, Sean resolves to approach the patron. He initially apologizes for the intrusion and then informally inquires if he's presently reviewing stocks. The patron procures a pack of smokes and elucidates that he isn't observing. At shares, he is concentrating on something occupation-related. Inquisitive Chan requests further particulars. The gentleman answers that it pertains to motoring. Sean is startled when a client displays something on his device, and with a grin, discloses that he functions as a personal driver. After a short spell, a plethora of vehicles grinds to a halt outside the shop. Ensnared in gridlock, Sean stands at the counter, preserving a calm deportment. As he surveys the snarl-up, his attention veers to the patron, a fellow who looks like a kobold, silently engrossed in his chauffeur program. A surge of serenity envelopes Chan. He cherishes the quietude of the instant, thankful that there are no peculiar patrons past midnight, just this mild spirit with a placid expression. He relishes the sensation of pleasant work periods returning to him after such an extended interval in his spirit. He desires for this tranquil ambience to persist. As he delights in these placid instances, the patron abruptly hails him. Curious, John investigates the cause. The patron extends his mobile device, showing a spot, and courteously queries if Chan recognizes where it is. Chan accepts the device, inspects it minutely, and apologetically notifies him that he has only just commenced working in this vicinity, so he isn't acquainted with it. To Chan's astonishment, the patron answers with a smile, voicing his contentment upon hearing that. He mentions that he hasn't been employed as a chauffeur for long. Either he placidly asks about how affairs are proceeding, and if the occupation is doable. With a composed visage, Chan retorts that it was acceptable until the prior day, but this day a minotaur demolished the entrance, leaving him considerably depleted. The patron chuckles gently remarking that such a circumstance clarifies much. He notes that he had been speculating what befell the door. As they partake in their unhurried chat, an unexpected jarring sound disrupts them, like weighty articles impacting. Alarmed Sean immobilizes while the patron gazes outside, his deportment transforming to grave. When Sean peers out likewise, apprehension seizes him as he understands a mishap has transpired. Two automobiles have collided into one another. Both operators emerge palpably irate. To John's consternation, he perceives that they are orcs, and they swiftly commence to bicker. One orc furiously inquires to know how the other obtained his driving permit, impeaching him of careless motoring, without even verifying the indicators. The subsequent orc snaps back, challenging if the first one consumes traffic statutes, and calls him a simpleton. He highlights that the initial orc was not given heed to the signals either. As pressures mount, the first orc maintains that he had engaged his turn indicator initially, and in an instant of rage, they both seize each other by the neckband, poised to intensify the dispute. As the orcs persist to scuffle, a man with a canine-like visage stands adjacent, visibly terrified with moisture in his eyes. Yet he is documenting the fracas on his device. Chan and the patron both also observe the spectacle transpire, with an expression of amazement. Chan deems it astounding to behold such disarray, noting the multitude that has congregated around the brawl. He at first frets about the prospect that he might genuinely see orcs battling while on duty, but then he swiftly grasps that the predicament is intensifying more quickly than he foresaw. As the orcs wrestle on the terrain, Chan reflects it will be judicious for them to reach their insurance firm before the altercation gets out of control, though others in the assembly watch. Most merely proceed on their journey. Two rodents stand at the periphery of the scene, one inquiring of the other if the orcs are clashing anew. The second rodent answers casually that this is simply how they perpetually are. A traversing goblin adds that they should just disregard the tumult. Observing the whole circumstance before him, John infers that it seems to be quite grave, yet everyone surrounding him is merely strolling past. He feels perplexed, speculating if such altercations are a usual event in this realm. Astonished, he whispers to himself that it genuinely is a distinct domain. Amidst his reflections, the wolfish patron politely queries if John believes he will encounter difficulty for observing the fight. Chan merely asks wherefore he would get in difficulty. The wolf patron placidly answers that if the orcs persist fight, he questions they will have any clientele, and he opines Chan's enterprise won't prosper today. Glancing again at the orcs who are still enmeshed in their melee, Chan concedes that he comprehends why, as everyone is absorbed watching the scuffle. He adds that it does appear like commerce will be affected due to it. At that juncture, the wolf patron advances, stating he ought to proceed and caution the orcs. He nears them and addresses the youthful combatants. The orcs pivot to him bewildered, as he comments on how splendid it is to see them so vigorous, but proposes they should cease brawling and unblock the thoroughfare instead. Both the fellow with the canine-like visage and Sean observe in astonishment at his audacity. One of the orcs snarls at him, dubbing him an aged wolf and disputing his authority to meddle. The second orc parrots this opinion, insisting to know who he presumes he is. The wolf patron appears unruffled, and when they command him to halt, interrupting and withdraw, he fixes them with a piercing stare. As the orcs maintain that an elderly wolf should just observe mutely, the wolf patron clenches a fist, as the orcs demand to know how he presumes to behave this manner. The wolf patron valiantly hurls a potent fist at one orc's countenance. The orc falters, crimson dripping from his snout as he crumples to the earth. The onlookers, including Sean, observe in amazement at the abrupt shift of occurrences. Standing serenely, the wolf patron surveys the prostrate orc, while the second orc glares at his comrade in disbelief, furiously questioning why he unexpectedly lost consciousness. The canine-faced fellow is equally astounded by the spectacle before him. The second orc then directs his rage towards the wolf patron, launching a savage punch, as he demands to know what he perpetrated to this fellow. Nevertheless, as the blow approaches him, the wolf patron agilely steps backward to evade the onslaught. Pivoting his physique, he lands a rapid and forceful kick to the second orc's cranium, dispatching him crashing to the ground as well. With both orcs vanquished, the wolf patron stands composedly, remarking that they are at last being submissive. His attention then moves to the canine-faced fellow, who is shrinking behind a vehicle in trepidation. The wolf patron hails him, and the man peers warily at him, inquiring about what he desires. The wolf patron merely brushes his garment and serenely proposes that, since matters have stabilized, it might be an opportune moment to summon the authorities and the insurance provider. The canine-faced fellow concurs with the wolf patron and thanks him for his support. The wolf patron dismisses it, wishing him favorable fortune in managing the circumstance henceforth. He reverts to Chan, who is still incredulous over his remarkable maneuvers. Chan asks him what he did prior to becoming a chauffeur and what lineage he is. The wolf patron courteously answers that he is a lycanthrope, noting that it might be challenging to discern since it isn't a full moon presently. He adds that in his more youthful years, he explored various pursuits, but now he deems himself just a superannuated elderly gentleman. John is astounded, believing that the wolf patron appears like a genuinely admirable individual. He contemplates the cicatrix on his hand and how effortlessly he managed the predicament previously, persuaded that the wolf patron must have undergone some phenomenal experiences. As the wolf patron glances at his mobile, he notifies John that it's time for him to resume his duties. He thanks Sean for permitting him to repose in the convenience outlet, but Sean maintains that it was inconsequential. Just then the constabulary materialize, and the identical elf law officer nears the canine-faced fellow, who is now engaged in addressing the sequelae of the altercation. Simultaneously, Chan asks the wolf patron if he possesses a calling card, or something analogous, explaining that numerous inebriated patrons enter the establishment. He speculates if he could reach him if they ever require a chauffeur. The wolf patron chuckles softly and responds that he would be delighted if Chan did precisely that. He then extracts a card from his overcoat and presents it to Chan, soliciting that he maintain communication. Chan receives the card and goes back to the establishment, perching on the seat behind the service desk. He scrutinizes the card with keen concentration. To him, it seems to be just an ordinary professional card. Abruptly, a recollection flashes in his psyche. The instance when he withdrew a photograph from a patron's identification, which had radiated peculiar illuminations. As he reflects on this, he perceives that the card doesn't appear peculiar, like the counterfeit ID he had met before. He also remembers the wolf patron's declarations about not desiring to be an inconvenience, and inquiring if he could come to repose in the establishment sometime. This notion comforts Sean, that the wolf individual genuinely doesn't seem like a swindler whatsoever. Absorbed in his contemplations, Sean observes another patron entering the retail outlet. To his astonishment, this patron is cradling a diminutive pet canine in his embrace. John salutes him, and the patron requests 2 cartons of cigarettes. John courteously notifies him that animals aren't permitted within the establishment, and requests that he tether the canine outside before re-entering. Examining the patron intently, John observes that he has a Piscine-like visage with a serene deportment. The patron assures John that his animal companion won't create any disruption. He entreats him to allow the canine to remain indoors, just for a brief interval. The patron maintains that his canine is exceedingly placid and seldom vocalizes. He reassures Chan that he will be in and out as promptly as he procures his ale and cigarettes, kindly asking him to disregard the regulation just this instance. Chan deliberates it over, reasoning that there probably won't be any other patrons during this period, so it should be acceptable he consents, but cautions the patron to maintain a firm grip on the canine. The patron signals in accord and starts perusing the racks, while still grasping his companion. Unexpectedly, Chan's mobile chimes, signifying he has obtained a communication. He retrieves it from his pocket and perceives that it's from the supervisor. She queries about the apparatus they had deliberated on previously, inquiring if there's anything particular he requires. John mulls over what specialized gear would be advantageous for his occupation, and infers that a substantial swab for cleansing would be perfect. He rapidly composes a message requesting an enormous swab. The supervisor responds with an astonished image of a creature, but reassures him that she will arrange it personally. She then queries if there's anything additional he might necessitate. He replies to the supervisor, stating she can select whatever she deems is optimal, and that he would cherish anything she resolves. Just then, the patron reappears at the service desk, depositing his containers and cigarettes on the plane. He positions his card atop the containers and requests that Sean can complete the transaction for both the beverages. And the cigarettes, Sean concurs, embeds the card into the apparatus, and tells the patron to hold on for an instant. However, he is astounded when the apparatus signals that the card expenditure ceiling has been attained. The patron opening the cigarette carton appears equally amazed. He mumbles that this is troublesome and concedes he doesn't possess any alternate card on him presently. Sean proposes that the patron could remit the funds via banking institution, but the patron clarifies that he doesn't have his mobile with him, either as he just ventured out for a promenade. Inquiring about the subsequent procedures, John observes as the patron motions toward his pet canine. The patron grudgingly declares that they have no alternative but for him to go back home and fetch his billfold. He asks Sean to supervise the canine until he reappears. As Sean gazes at the diminutive canine, he is taken aback, understanding that the patron had stated he would depart instantly, yet he is just abandoning his companion behind. The patron assures him that he will come back in 10 ticks. When Sean attempts to convey that it's somewhat challenging to leave the canine, the patron places it on the service desk, maintaining that it won't nip and is well-mannered. He adds that since he plans to procure everything, he's leaving the canine with Sean just in case he doesn't trust him. The patron then queries if he should just take the canine with him instead. John reassures the patron to leave the canine and implores him to return swiftly. The patron exits the convenience establishment, humming a placid melody. John observes him depart, still amazed that he genuinely abandoned the canine behind. The diminutive canine gazes up at him with large, guileless orbs, and John reflects about the peculiarity of the pet guardian. He speculates how an individual could abandon their canine with an unknown person like this. Taking an instant to observe the canine, Sean extends and tenderly strokes its crown. He speaks mildly to it, recognizing that it is the sole one enduring. Due to its eccentric guardian, he adds that with such a guardian, the canine must be experiencing a rather arduous existence. He speculates aloud if the canine has anything to articulate about. Shutting his eyes, Sean remarks that if the canine could articulate, it would probably have much to impart. To his utter amazement, the canine unexpectedly answers that it does possess something it wishes to articulate. Chan's eyes dilated in shock. The canine proceeds, clarifying that it is uncertain whether it would be proper to articulate it audibly, which is wherefore it frequently stays mute. Chan is utterly flabbergasted by this disclosure and recoils apace. The canine affectionately addresses him a superior and asks if it is permissible to share its reflections. Chan's visage beads with perspiration as he incredulously queries if the canine can genuinely articulate. The canine merely answers affirmatively. Chan inclines nearer, inquiring why the canine didn't speak out before its guardian previously, noting that if it had, this circumstance might not have occurred. The canine serenely clarifies that it typically doesn't articulate and needs to be more circumspect, particularly around its guardian bewildered. Sean asks for the rationale behind this prudence. The canine recollects an instance when his guardian rebuked him, stating his vocalization was too potent for his diminutive stature. Reflecting on it, he tells John that whenever he vocalizes, his guardian menaces him with laryngeal cord removal operation, maintaining that he'll proceed with it if he doesn't become quieter. John scowls sorrowfully, understanding that his doubts about the guardian were accurate. He is not a benevolent one. He shifts a seat nearer to the canine and, speaking mildly, inquires for its appellation and maturity. The canine charmingly answers that his name is Whelp and that he is 2 rotations old. As he caresses Whelp's visage, he remarks on how articulately he speaks for a 2-year-old. Whelp clarifies that canines are deemed mature by the age of 2, so it's nothing phenomenal for him. Sean signals incomprehension, conceding that he doesn't know extensively about canines. He then addresses Whelp's appellation and asks if he has ever perceived any other canines that can articulate. Whelp deliberates for an instant, recollecting scenes where numerous other canines frolic with their guardians, and answers that he has never perceived any of them articulate. He reflects that other canines merely relish their interval with their guardians, and vocalize. He concedes he has never seen any canines that can articulate like him, which prompted him to believe that all canines were apprehensive of laryngeal cord removal operation. Consequently, they opt to remain mute. After imparting this, Whelp gazes down dejectedly and addresses Chan as superior again. Inquiring if he's peculiar, Chan answers that he is not certain, mentioning that he doesn't know extensively about canines, but it appears like everyone adores theirs. He recollects that one of his acquaintances even escorted their canine on an international journey. Hearing this, Whelp voices his covetousness. John tenderly asks if this handling is something Whelp undergoes, frequently given that his guardian treats him like shirty. With a despondent tone, Whelp asks him not to discuss that, stating it makes him feel depleted. He clarifies that his guardian often disputes with his spouse over him. He adds that when his guardian becomes inebriated, he behaves erratically, even bussing Whelp still in a placid manner. Whelp recognizes that his guardian does nourish him and furnishes a spot to slumber, so he tolerates it. However, he concedes that occasionally he contemplates desiring to abandon his guardian behind. Hearing this, John urges Whelp to deliberate his sentiments with his guardian. Abruptly, Whelp appears startled and asks what will transpire to his laryngeal cords if he does that. John reassures him that his guardian makes those menaces merely because he doesn't perceive Whelp can articulate. He voices that he has detected his guardian's poor disposition and has been reflecting that he isn't a benevolent individual. After heeding Whelp's narratives, John clarifies that existence externally can be more arduous than what Whelp confronts at home, proposing he might endure even greater hardship rather than tolerating that. He counsels Whelp to have a suitable dialogue with his guardian, hoping it might ameliorate their circumstance. Whelp mulls this over and concurs to adhere to Chan's counsel. In retort, Chan tenderly strokes Whelp on the crown, confirming that it is a sound notion. Following their dialogue, John verifies the hour and observes that it has been past 10 ticks, inquiring when Whelp's guardian will reappear. Whelp shrugs, conceding he doesn't know, adding that he himself had to await an hour. Previously, Chan remarks on how much Whelp is tolerated, experiencing a feeling of empathy for him. Whelp then charmingly asks him if he can inquire about one additional matter. Chan, courteous as always, encourages him to proceed. With a guileless visage, Whelp asks what desexing operation is, clarifying that he heard he would be undergoing it next lunatics. He mentions overhearing his guardian and his spouse deliberating it, feeling somewhat abashed. Chan takes an instant before answering. Whelp presses him additionally, inquiring why he needs to undergo that operation. In retort, John shifts to the flank, procures some parchment and a stylus, and with an assured deportment, he assures him that he will elucidate it via illustration. He kindly requests him to compose himself and pay keen attention. John commences clarifying the particulars of desexing operation to Whelp. He mentions that in a realm where many individuals have animal companions, desexing has emerged as a considerable apprehension for pet custodians. He notes that numerous custodians opt for the intervention to assist their companions stay vigorous, but it is not a mandate for every companion. He clarifies that many custodians discover suitable partners for their companions and relish their existences collectively as a new unit. This resolution is made out of affection for their companions, prompting custodians to meticulously ponder their alternatives before selecting between desexing or permitting their companions to procreate. After imparting this data, John poses a query about what would transpire if a companion could articulate. Abruptly, Whelp's disposition shifts to ire as he commences to comprehend the genuine rationale behind desexing operation. With a resolute tone, he proclaims that he doesn't desire, maintaining that he won't undergo the intervention, even if it costs him his existence. John observes him serenely as Whelp questions wherefore he should have to tolerate such a brutal intervention. Moisture accumulates in his orbs as he asks if he has ever purloined another canine's ossicles, or if he has ever defecated or urinated in arbitrary locations. Chan reassures him tenderly that the desexing operation is not concerning those matters. It is intended for his welfare. However, Whelp answers with an irate tone, maintaining that Chan shouldn't deliberate such drivel. He contends that even if it is for his own advantage, he cannot permit them to excise something so vital from him. Still incensed, he asks John if he would be amenable to undergoing a desexing operation for the identical rationale. Chan is flabbergasted, incredulously inquiring if Whelp has lost his senses, and wherefore he would contemplate such a notion. Inagraveton Whelp indicates. that it wouldn't be logical for him to proceed with it, particularly since no human would consent to such an intervention either. Chan experiences a feeling of despair as he perceives that Whelp doesn't comprehend the distinction between humans and canines, as he conceals his mouth in bewilderment. Moisture accumulates in Whelp's orbs, and he dejectedly remarks that it is utterly shameful. He envisions tender instances with a female canine and exhales deeply, voicing contrition that he hasn't even encountered his fated companion yet. He bemoans that he has just become a mature canine, sufficiently mature to have progeny, and he can scarcely credit that he will shortly be rendered and neutered. Whelp speculates aloud what manner of transgression he must have perpetrated in his prior existence to merit this destiny, prompting Chan to perceive that perhaps he shouldn't have broached it in the initial place. After an interval, as Whelp commences to compose himself, Chan proffers him some aqua and encourages him to imbibe. Whelp accepts the aqua and settles down on the floor. Chan sits beside him, positioning a hand tenderly on his crown, and asks if he feels more serene now. Whelp answers courteously, assuring Chan that he has indeed composed himself somewhat, and apologizes for his previous agitation. He clarifies that the subject was just so alarming that he couldn't help but respond that way. John reassures him that there's no necessity to fret about it. Then, in a direct manner, John asks if now that Whelp comprehends what desexing operation involves, he should notify his guardian that he doesn't desire it. He proposes that perhaps his guardian would understand Whelp's apprehensions. However, Whelp shakes his head and answers that there is no necessity to do that. He gravely states that while he is not content about the circumstance, he has had this guardian pet bond since nativity and has perpetually believed he must dutifully adhere to his guardian's desires. He proceeds clarifying that everyone else appears to exist this manner, so he thought it was proper for him to do likewise. But then, with a sorrowful tone, he adds that such an existence can scarcely be termed existing at all. He proclaims that to genuinely exist, he must sever connections with his guardian. After voicing this, he thanks Chan, stating that it is owing to him that he could make this resolution. Chan is flabbergasted by this disclosure. He swiftly implores Whelp to pause, elucidating that he had proposed a dialogue with his guardian, not a total sundering of their connection. But Whelp maintains that it is superfluous, stating that this result was already predestined. John tenderly implores him to reevaluate, reminding him that he mentioned it would be considerably more arduous externally. Whelp retorts with defiance, averring that he doesn't mind. He challenges Chan, inquiring if he genuinely believes he wouldn't endure just as much, whether within or without the dwelling. He indicates that if a crucial part of his physique is in jeopardy, then surely it is sensible for him to flee that set. Chan pauses for an instant, recognizing the soundness in Whelp's answer. He signals admitting that Whelp has a legitimate argument. Whelp states that he has made his determination and hopes that Chan will aid him. He courteously asks if he can detach his neckband first. Chan concurs and unlatches the neckband. As soon as it is removed, Whelp unwinds and extends his cervix. John observes, wondering if it's suitable to do this, taking a few profound inhalations. Whelp remarks that he feels revitalized. John then asks if there is anything further he can do to assist, with the matutinal luminescence seeping in, and his guardian nearing from the course of the convenience establishment. Whelp comments affirmatively. He voices his aspiration for Chan to aid him have a dialogue with his guardian, before he departs astounded. With a serene disposition, Whelp clarifies that though their connection had not been superb, he yet desires to offer adieu. He concedes that he nurtures fondness for his guardian, notwithstanding his bitterness, and senses the urge to elucidate his sentiments. Comprehending the circumstance, Chan signals assent and reassures Whelp that he will aid him with this ultimate dialogue. As they proceed with their discourse, the establishment's portal creaks ajar and the guardian reappears. John rises from the ground and comments serenely that it is fortunate the guardian has returned. Yet when the guardian spots Whelp lacking his neckband, he appears astonished and queries forcefully what has transpired. Whelp gazes back at him, and the guardian pointedly inquires why Whelp lacks his neckband. He then addresses Chan, querying if he was the individual who unfastened it. Chan senses a surge of apprehension engulf him, but succeeds in approaching the patron courteously. He states that Whelp possesses a matter he wishes to impart. The guardian, now appearing vexed, is quite astonished, and cries out incredulously about the ridiculousness of a canine articulating just. Thereupon Whelp begins to speak, accosting the guardian gravely. He queries if he genuinely departed to fetch his billfold subsequent to abandoning Whelp there, and if he truly plans to neuter him the upcoming week. The guardian's orbs dilate in astonishment, and he gazes at Whelp thoroughly dumbfounded. He at last concedes Whelp's assertions are indeed factual. Whelp scrapes his feet on the ground and offers appreciation to the guardian. For his candid reply, he advances and notifies him that he shall depart henceforth, declaring that there is no necessity for the guardian to inquire for a cause, or to seek him out henceforth. With a brief adieu he desires for the guardian robustness. The guardian appears bewildered while Chan observes the exchange intently, as Whelp unlatches the establishment's portal. He looks back at Chan and amiably inquires if he can visit again. Chan ponders for an instant, then grins and reassures him that he is perpetually invited to visit again. Whelp smiles radiantly at him, conveying his appreciation for Chan's benevolence. He additionally desires that Chan's enterprise flourishes. Observing this interplay, the guardian's countenance becomes mournful, and moisture gathers in his eyes as he summons his canine. John, perceiving the guardian's anguish, becomes apprehensive for him following that instant. John uses some instants to neaten the establishment and secures a sizable container of refuse. Receding, he experiences a feeling of comfort and chuckles softly, remarking that tranquility has at last reappeared. As he contemplates former happenings, he recollects the instant when the canine's guardian dashed from the establishment, frantically attempting to overtake his beloved creature. In his hurry, he had forgotten his billfold. John had endeavored to notify him, but the guardian was so engrossed in concern that he failed to detect John's call amidst the clamor of his personal anguish, moisture flowing down his cheeks as he pursued his companion. Presently, as Sean hauls the refuse sack from the establishment, he ponders whether the guardian's desperate chase signified his affection for the companion, notwithstanding his failings as a custodian, traversing the road to discard the refuse. Sean speculates about the bond between Whelp and his guardian, understanding they will need to resolve their conflicts by themselves. While absorbed in reflection, Sean abruptly detects a gentle sternutation. He pivots to observe the identical young female from previously, pedaling her two-wheeler and sternutating charmingly. Identifying her, he grins and recollects how she had crafted tokens for matriarch celebration. She gazes upward at him with a bright visage, addresses him sir, and signals eagerly. The pair go into the establishment, and the young female settles at the surface, gazing at him with large, inquisitive orbs. Chan serenely takes a mug and decants heated liquid into it, apparently disregarding her as she observes with bewilderment, then bringing the vessel and a petite packet of remedy over to her. He gently proposes she ingest the remedy since she was sternutated. He adds with a grin that once she's completed, he will fetch her some hot chocolate. However, her countenance droops and she looks downward. In a soft tone, she addresses him uncle and clarifies that she doesn't wish to ingest the remedy. She concedes she possesses no currency and requests him not to provide her the remedy, since she cannot manage to remunerate for it. Perceiving she is merely attempting to evade the remedy, Sean chuckles to himself, resolving to alter his strategy. He informs her that if she doesn't ingest the remedy presently, she might require a hypodermic needle subsequently. Promptly, her orbs widened in trepidation. Observing her response, he serenely inquires if she still wishes to bypass. With a hesitant exhalation, she whispers that she has no alternative kindly. John presents her the remedy and the vessel of heated aqua, reassuring her it is acceptable and encouraging her with a tender grin. As she ingests the remedy and relishes the instant, John politely captures her focus and asks why she didn't arrive on Friday forenoon to assemble gifts. She answers that the prior day she had keyboard instruction. With zestfulness, she clarifies that she has keyboard class every Friday forenoon. John signals incomprehension, remarking on how assiduous she is for arising early for her instruction. However, while she sips her remedy, her visage becomes grave, as she mentions that she has an indisposition today and cannot create a token. She frets about sternutating on it and marring the present. Serenely, she informs him that she just came by to extend greetings. John feels somewhat perplexed, and while decanting hot chocolate into a tumbler, glances back at her inquiring if that's genuinely the situation. She affirms that it is. adding that convenience outlets are venues where you can procure anything. But since she doesn't possess much allowance, she intends to return subsequently. After accumulating sufficiently curious, he asks how much she plans to amass. She answers that she intends to amass 2,001 and politely mentions that her matriarch provides her 501 daily. Hearing her retort, John mentally computes how frequently she will be able to visit and perceives that it signifies she can visit once every 4 days. He commences to fret that with matriarch celebration under a fortnight remains, she might not be able to fashion all her tokens in due course. Observing her imbibing aqua charmingly, he reflects about how remarkable she is. But he doesn't desire to compel her into expending currency, as he contemplates how to encourage her to visit just to frolic. His orbs unexpectedly fixate on the lollipops. A notion strikes him, and he selects 2 of them, feeling assured this will be effective. He approaches her, presents her the hot chocolate, and meticulously clarifies that it is a recompense for ingesting her remedy. He reminds her to be prudent since it is heated. She accepts the tumbler with a grin. Thanking him, then Chan asks her how much currency she possesses presently. With a radiant visage, she answers that she has precisely 501. Chan grins and says that is splendid. He pulls out the 2 lollipops and mentions that fortuitously they are valued at 501. He also adds that the convenience outlet has a broad assortment of other confections, obtainable for the identical price, assuring her that he will indicate which ones she can procure. As she looks at him, he informs her that if she is not occupied, she can visit any time with her 501. She signals in accord, places the specie in his palm, and joyfully accepts the 2 lollipops, stating she will procure them this day. John thanks her for that nevertheless. After grasping the confections, she stares at them with a bewildered visage. He asks her what is amiss and if she wishes to alter varieties. She simply inquires about his preferred variety. Flabbergasted, he asks why she desires to bestow them to him, urging her to retain them and relish them subsequently, because he doesn't require them. But she charmingly brandishes both lollipops and clarifies that, as she already imbibed the hot chocolate he provided her. Her matriarch advised her that consuming excessive confections might result in diabetes. John grins at her charming visage, though he feels somewhat exasperated that diabetes has now entered into the dialogue. She adds that sharing delectable sustenance makes it taste even superior, and extends the lollipops for him to accept, maintaining that they should consume them collectively. With a resigned visage, he perceives that he has no alternative but to consent. He then asks her which variety she favors. She answers that she fancies tar varieties. Chan picks a cacao-flavored lollipop and remarks that he will consume this one. However, as he accepts the lollipop from her palm, he anxiously thinks it appears like he is purloining sustenance from a juvenile. Again, he observes her assiduously sipping her hot chocolate and wonders if all juveniles these days are similar. He reflects that when he was her age, he certainly wasn't as unblemished and benevolent. The recollection of the supervisor clarifying about dragon juveniles comes to Psyche, and Sean recollects that the supervisor mentioned juvenile drakes can distinguish between virtuous and malevolent individuals according to Hugh. He reflects about how astute this young female is, and figures she is improbable to be readily influenced by unknown persons. Just then the young female places her tumbler down on the surface and says she has something to inquire of him. She innocently queries if he resides adjacently. After a moment of deliberation, he answers that his dwelling is merely a 3-minute promenade away. Her orbs widen in astonishment as she exclaims that it is genuinely proximate. Jom concours, noting it is indeed proximate, and then asks if she resides closely as well. She shakes her head and clarifies that it requires her an hour to arrive there by underground. He comments that it sounds quite distant and asks if her academy is adjacent. She affirms that it is, and clarifies that she alights at the Institute station and then promenades to academy. She beams as she clarifies that her academy is very expansive, replete with many elder sisters, younger juveniles, and companions her age. With fervor, she adds that her matriarch also toils adjacently. At that instant, John considers that it doesn't sound like a typical institution. Perhaps it is a private establishment. Then he asked her if she pedaled her bike here this day. She enthusiastically answers affirmatively and hops down from the seat to indicate to him the location of her matriarch's workplace. Stepping out of the establishment with him, She gestures toward a lofty edifice in the remoteness and informs him that she slumbered there this day. She clarifies that typically she returns home with her matriarch post-academy. As John looks at the edifice, he notices how towering it is, with a conspicuous K insignia displayed at the summit. He voices his astonishment, commenting that it seems like a superb corporation. The young female looks back at him with a radiant grin, concurring and stating she truly fancies her matriarch's corporation and cherishes it even more this day. John feels somewhat perplexed by her zestfulness, but she joyfully affirms that she is thrilled because he resides adjacently. With a charming grin, she informs him that she will get to see him off and adds that it makes her exceedingly joyful. John grins faintly and answers that he doesn't intend on toiling here for an extended period. Hearing his declarations, she feels a pang of dejection, while he thinks to himself that he needs to revert to occupation. Initially, he had planned to remain until he secured an employment, but he cannot help but concede that this venue has proffered him some uncommon experiences. He recollects various instances in the establishment: the pyrotechnics from counterfeit identifications, the cleansing dragon squammy, being rebuked by a chihuahua, and even dispensing amorous counsel to a succubus, despite never having been enamored himself. Perceiving all this, he glances at the young female's dejected visage and thinks that he cannot remain a convenience outlet attendant indefinitely. But then he abruptly questions whether he is being excessively candid with her. Tenderly, he positions his palm on her crown, where he notices a few droplets glistening in her orbs, and reassures her that he won't be resigning anytime shortly. So there's no necessity for her to feel dejected. She looks up at him and asks if he is genuine. He signals and affirms it, then adds that there is something crucial he wishes to impart to her. He counsels her not to become too proximate to adults she doesn't know. While she looks at him perplexed and asks why that is requisite, he clarifies that becoming too proximate to someone unacquainted can be perilous. He tenderly inquires if her matriarch hasn't cautioned her about accompanying unknown persons. Observing her dejection intensify, John tenderly assures her that he is only stating this for her protection and asks her to retain it in psyche. But she swiftly alters the subject, indicating that he assisted her with the matriarch's celebration token and even provided her remedy for her tussis. He feels somewhat depleted by her unyielding reason, but she maintains that since he's aided her so many occasions, she deems him a benevolent adult. John finds himself at an impasse, as she perpetually seems to possess another argument to present, setting aside the dialogue. He informs her that the subsequent occasion she visits, she should recollect to procure a sheet of sketching parchment from the writing supplies outlet. She signals bids adieu and departs. John reverts to the establishment and recommences his occupation, serenely positioning containers on the racks. Just then, the supervisor arrives and salutes him with a cheerful good forenoon. He glances over and reciprocates the salutation with a signal and a grin. The supervisor deposits her satchel down on the counter, glances at the portal, and asks if it is genuinely damaged. She comments that it must have been an arduous eve for him. John, still engrossed in his duties, thanks her for her empathy, altering her disposition to a more buoyant one. She pulls out an enchanted smartphone from her satchel and displays it to him. With a radiant grin, she exclaims that she procured this for him as a token, since he toiled so diligently last eve. He looks at the apparatus, as she clarifies that she possessed another mobile at dwelling, so she resolved to bring this one for him. She adds that she has already reported the occurrence to the constabulary and reached out to various venues to arrange for his necessities. With a jocular tone, she says that she will demonstrate how to operate. However, noticing her somewhat bemused visage, John asks with solicitude if she is feeling all right. Still in high spirits, she answers that she is just exceedingly drowsy. She commences to clarify the mobile's applications to him, indicating that there are presently 3 installed. Initially, she informs him that he doesn't need to fret about the verified micro application. Subsequently, she progresses to the second application named Aegis. She clarifies that this insignia signifies defensive enchantment and functions autonomously, so he doesn't need to engage it by hand. Then she presents the third application, which has a renew button insignia. She says with zestfulness that this one is for recuperation enchantment. John observes, feeling somewhat bewildered, as she clarifies that operating this application is analogous to operating a camera program. She adds that after he calibrates the focus on the region he wishes to man, he merely captures an image and adheres to the application's directives. After concluding her clarifications, she asks if there is anything he doesn't comprehend. He answers that everything is lucid for the present. Her countenance illuminates with felicity as she encourages him to attempt. Straight away, John opens the recuperation enchantment application and directs it at the fractured portal of the establishment, muttering to himself that he first needs to calibrate the focus. Simultaneously, the supervisor beams with elation, assuring him that it is no different from a standard mobile, so he can operate it comfortably. He signals in accord and focuses the camera on the portal as he does. The application instructs him to depress the regress button to designate the desired temporal span. Astonished by this attribute, he hails the supervisor, inquiring if he merely needs to depress that button. However, just as he is about to do so, she swiftly halts him and urgently tells him to remain motionless. She insists him to not ambulate. She clarifies that any movement while operating the recuperation enchantment application could induce inaccuracies and he must remain immobile. Comprehending the gravity of her directives, he stands immobilized like a monument. After ensuring he is in stance, she glances at the mobile and says that now it appears satisfactory and mentions that he can depress the regress button and await for the image of the portal to reappear entirely. He concurs, takes an inhalation, and depresses the regress button. As he does, the application autonomously commences to regress all the preceding scenes, capturing instances like when the wolf individual entered and when the bull-headed fellow slammed into the establishment's port. Causing it to fracture, Sean stands immobilized in disbelief as he observes the spectacle unfolding before him. The application displays the establishment's portal appearing completely unimpaired. The superior swiftly implores him to halt the replay. He depresses the cessation button and the application immobilizes the instant in time. Images from various past periods flash before his orbs. Simultaneously, the supervisor tenderly positions a palm on his shoulder and clarifies that if he depresses the engage button, now the portal will be reinstated to its previous splendor. Still immobilized by astonishment, Chan finally depresses the button. Promptly, a peculiar enchantment envelopes the portal, and an azure enchantment circle commences to gyrate around it. As this procedure transpires, the fractured fragments of the portal levitate back into position, rejoining themselves as if directed by an imperceptible agency. Chan observes in reverence, while the supervisor gazes at the metamorphosis, equally astounded within moments. The portal is entirely reinstated, gleaming as it did previously. The supervisor steps forward to scrutinize, but Chan's mouth remains agape in shock. Grasping the handle, she esteems the portal's flawless reinstatement and asks him if he believes it has been mended well. However, with a look of dejection, Chan glances at his mobile and asks if there is genuinely nothing amiss with it. She turns to him, curiosity in her orbs, and asks what manner of issue he is alluding to. John clarifies that upon reflection, this appears to be time reversing enchantment. He recollects that the mobile also displayed images of the patrons and wonders if this enchantment doesn't affect them as well. With a weighty spirit, he adds that if that were the situation, those patrons might have reverted to juveniles. As he speaks, the supervisor intercedes, asking him to pause and assuring him that there is no necessity for apprehension regarding that matter. She clarifies that while this enchantment is indeed temporal enchantment, it does not influence sentient entities. She underscores that it is something no one in this domain can achieve. Perplexed, Chan asks if that is genuinely factual. He exhales with contentment, remarking that it corresponds with what he anticipated from her. The supervisor grins amiably and elaborates that the effects of temporal enchantment on sentient entities remain an unmapped domain, still under investigation. She mentions that sorcerers globally have been scrutinizing it for eras without achieving any notable advancement, and a colossal sum of currency has been expended in the endeavor, resulting in the inference that the likelihood of temporal enchantment influencing sentient entities is presently nil. She reassures him to operate the enchantment with assurance. John signals in accord, feeling a burden lift from his shoulders. As he perceives he has been fretting needlessly, he asks her if he can genuinely operate the mobile. With still drowsy orbs, she beams and affirms it, mentioning that she remained awake all Eve finalizing the enrollment. Just to bestow it to him, she recollects a scene from her dwelling, where she was occupied phoning various centers to arrange the mobile operation authorization. Astonished, Chan asks if she genuinely remained awake all eve. She signals and clarifies that anyone desiring to operate the mobile must arrange many items. She adds that she was inundated with enrolling at the bureau and reaching out to various venues. John inquires if this mobile is prevalent here. She shakes her head and answers that it is a specialized apparatus, outfitted with an enchantment stone. She also mentions that while it is uncommon, if he procures the enchantment incantations, he can utilize a broader array of spells. However, she cautions him that procuring the incantations will necessitate substantial data, so he must link to Wi-Fi. She adds that obtaining subsequent service assistance can be arduous, so he should operate it with prudence. Chan looks at her with esteem, calling her phenomenal and asking where she procured the mobile. With a joyful disposition, she informs him that she obtained it from an acquaintance a few rotations ago. Stepping forward, she mentions that she had forgotten about it and only just retrieved it for him. He thanks her genuinely and assures her that he will make excellent utilization of it as she readies to don her work garment. She looks at him and asks if he has any additional queries. With a somewhat astonished visage, he concedes that he does. He then inquires if canines can genuinely articulate in this domain. The supervisor turns to him in astonishment at his query. Chan proceeds to impart everything concerning whelp after an interval, now attired in his own garments and prepared to go homeward. While she readies for her diurnal shift, she reflects on what he imparted to her. She mentions that regardless of how she considers it, that canine seems more like a familiar. With a perplexed look, John asks if a familiar isn't a creature with phenomenal and enigmatic abilities. Standing at the counter, she contemplates this and clarifies that while it is somewhat analogous, the designation has a distinct connotation in their domain. She elaborates that in their realm, all creatures with specialized talents are categorized as familiars, irrespective of the lineage. Any entity with specialized abilities falls into this classification. Furthermore, she adds that most of these familiars are exceedingly astute and can comprehend multiple vernaculars to a certain degree, just as well comprehended Chan's declarations. With a courteous tone, she comments that it has been an extended period since she has perceived a canine utilize vernacular, so articulately feeling somewhat discomfited. Chan averts his countenance as she proceeds, clarifying. She imparts that in actuality, familiars are direct scions of ordinary creatures, making it usual for them to seldom encounter one another. She adds that apart from their elevated astuteness, familiars possess other capabilities. A straightforward rationale or impetus can actuate them to instinctively perceive these abilities. Chan remarks that it is genuinely phenomenal. However, she alters her tone and mentions that she heard the identical canine will be reappear, voicing her apprehension about it. Chan, feeling perplexed, serenely asks why she is apprehensive and if there is something considerable at risk. She clarifies that, as she mentioned previously, familiars are very uncommon creatures, making it exceedingly arduous to perceive them diurnally. Then her visage brightens as she proffers him an amiable grin, adding that familiars are also exceedingly valuable. She notes that even without performing anything, they can command 1 billion. John starts to perspire, his countenance growing apprehensive as he thinks about how the guardian, with a pufferfish visage, must lament losing such a precious creature. She proceeds, clarifying that this is wherefore she is apprehensive. She frets that the guardian might be in peril. Abruptly, John informs her that he heard they stated they would reappear. She looks at him in astonishment and casually remarks that she will ascertain when that transpires. As he approaches the establishment's portal, she signals adieu and cautions him to be prudent, since it is precipitating this eve. Chan grasps the portal handle, concurs with her, and comments that he is departing subsequently. The eve descends anew, and copious precipitation pours externally. John finds himself back in the establishment for his nocturnal shift, serenely gazing out through the vitreous portal, observing the deluge. He remarks to himself that it is genuinely descending, as droplets spatter against the vitreous. He perceives that on an eve like this, he will have to cleanse the flooring meticulously. He exhales, thinking that removing the refuse will be a nuisance as well. While he contemplates the evening with a lucid psyche, his mobile abruptly chimes, signaling a new communication. He reaches into his right trousers pocket, but then recollects that his new mobile, which is in his left pocket, is the one that is chiming. He pulls it out and glances at the display, noticing that there is indeed a communication awaiting him when he opens it. He perceives that the communication is from the supervisor female. She salutes him cordially and informs him that the mobile also has a translation application, which he can operate whenever he requires it. She then dispatches him an image of some sustenance, and in a serene and cheerful tone, mentions that she is presently relishing ale with marine fair griddle cakes. Teasingly, she asks if he is experiencing envy. John looks at the communication and feels a sense of warmth and contentment. With a grin on his countenance, he imagines her visage and thinks to himself that there genuinely is no superior like her. In any temporary employment, he wonders, who else would forfeit their slumber just to bestow an enchanted mobile to an employee? As he daydreams about these charming instances, he also considers when he will obtain his initial month's remuneration and what he should offer his superior as a gratitude. Lost in thought while still standing at the portal, a patron enters the establishment with an amiable disposition. John welcomes him and invites him indoors. To his astonishment, he recognizes the patron as the identical canine-faced fellow from previously. In a stern tone, the patron asks what he is musing about. Umbrella holder displays a damp countenance. The patron demands that he swiftly retrieve the umbrella repository, mentioning that he will not cross the threshold until he complies. John fetches the umbrella receptacle, and the client commences choosing merchandise from the emporium, indicating a couple containers of spirits. He queries John if they possess any quality. John merely responds that he is uncertain. The shopper is startled and feeling somewhat exasperated, severely inquires if Chan intends to neglect his duties again this day. As the patron articulates, Chan endeavors to soothe his reflections, quietly hoping he would simply patronize another establishment. With the bralin now situated in the holder near the doorway, Sean and the client stand positioned at the checkout. Sean remarks that the liquor container is part of a purchase one. Obtain one gratis deal and asks if the patron doesn't wish to sample. The shopper retorts that he doesn't require two containers. Sean, still keen to complete a transaction, observes that he understands the patron will not accept the additional can, but insists he will forfeit nothing by seizing the opportunity. The client elevates merely one container of spirits and casually states it makes no difference to him. He then instructs Chan to proceed and consume one container himself. Astonished, John queries if the client is truly proposing he accept. With genuineness, he addresses the patron, stating he values the kind offer, but he is positive the gentleman has gifted him previously, and he isn't concerned if it is a vital item. Nevertheless, he mentions that he could face repercussions if he imbibes alcohol. Serenely, the patron withdraws his card and presents it to Chan, soliciting a sack. Also, he then nonchalantly inquires if Chan has ever partaken of spirits during his nocturnal shift. Chan courteously responds that he has not, and ponders where a staff member would consume alcohol while on duty, even throughout the graveyard shift. He notifies the patron that the aggregate price for the liquor containers is $2,901 in reply. The client indifferently says it occurs periodically for him. John's eyes dilate in astonishment, and his jaw drops as he deposits the spirits in the sack. With authentic amazement, he asks if that is even permissible. The patron gives him an irritated glance and commands him not to make him toil extra on weekends, insisting he just release him. Flabbergasted by the remark, John cannot resist, but contemplate whether the client truly forfeited his cherished weekends from the organization while clear-headed. He frets that if imbibing during the nocturnal shift is sanctioned, he might be the sole individual who hasn't capitalized on it. As these notions whirl in his psyche, the patron ambles away, clutching merely his single container of spirits. Precisely then, a winged steed materializes from the heavens and alights near the shop. It is indeed none other than Yuna herself. She totes a diminutive satchel slung across her shoulder and elegantly alights from the equine, orienting towards it with a grin. She requests it to await her return. With a few nimble strides, she enters the corner store. As she unlatches the portal, her radiant smile illuminates the chamber. She calls out Chan's appellation and joyfully proclaims that she has returned. However, when she inquires how he is faring, she perceives that he is positioned at the counter with a mournful mien, his optic fixed on the surface beneath. Inquisitive, she draws near to him and observes that he is gazing at a container of spirits, resting before him concerned. She abruptly asks if he is partaking. John, startled by her arrival, swiftly glances up at her in amazement, conceals the container beneath the counter, and stiffens in position. With a smile, he reassures her, stating he isn't imbibing. He clarifies that the container was bestowed upon him by a patron, and adds that he was merely pondering how to manage it. He politely voices his apprehension for the client. Yunha, intrigued, questions him why he feels that way. With a solemn and anxious demeanor, he commences to elaborate about the canine-faced patron, depicting him as a kobold with the visage of a chihuahua. He concedes he dreads being dismissed. Yunha titters softly at his portrayal, commenting that it is quite a singular concern. She mentions that it is evident he is solicitous about the patron, implying that this occupation may indeed befit him admirably. Altering the subject, she alludes to her own previous encounters, stating that she formerly became extremely fatigued in this profession. John gazes at her with bewilderment, speculating if she had been employed here previously. Extending her limbs, she replies that she briefly toiled at the Emporium, but departed shortly thereafter. She commences to recount her experiences, clarifying that even during her brief tenure there, she absorbed numerous stark truths. She illustrates how overtly profanity was customary, and she recollects patrons arriving with sacks of already consumed refreshments, insisting on reimbursements. Lost in her reflections, she envisions a scenario where she labored alongside her sibling, the Emporium's proprietor, as they both are positioned at the checkout. An Orc patron approaches with an irate mien, lamenting that he suffers a stomach discomfort after ingesting a packet of snacks. Yunha, palpably drained by his conduct, attends, while the supervisor calmly clarifies that they cannot authorize a reimbursement, since the patron has already ingested the refreshments. Turning towards Chan, Yuna imparts that while addressing one or two grievances is feasible, it became overpowering when it transpired repeatedly, culminating in her striking a patron in exasperation. She emulates delivering a blow at the Orc who recoils. Consequently, the supervisor swiftly intercedes, restraining Yuna to avert further escalation, and reproaches her that such conduct is intolerable. Musing on the episode, Yuna feels contrition and confesses to John that it was her sibling's intervention that prevented her from assaulting the patron, but it ultimately prompted her resolution to resign. She mentions that merely recalling that day induces a cephalalgia. Chan observes her with compassion, conveying that he genuinely commiserates with her plight. Then, with a more grave inflection, he inquires why she has arrived this day, noting that it isn't a designated shipment day. Yunho abruptly recollects something vital and reverts her disposition to normalcy, imploring him to gaze at her. She clarifies that she isn't present for a shipment. Alternatively, she has arrived to solicit his aid. Chan appears perplexed and asks her what manner of assistance she requires from him. In reciprocation, she unfastens her satchel and extracts a peculiar item, unveiling a veritable heart. John immobilizes in astonishment at the spectacle, clutching the heart in her palm. Yuna clarifies that it is designated a fiendish core. She asks him if he can make contact with it, and with a grin, requests his support nevertheless. John swiftly demurs, asserting that he cannot make contact with it. Yunha, bewildered, queries why he is reluctant, and endeavors to reassure him that it is innocuous this instance, because it has already undergone cleansing. John shakes his head resolutely, stating that irrespective of whether it is perilous or not, he possesses no inclination to touch that repulsive object. He also inquires why he ought to make contact with it, and what precisely a fiendish core is. Yuna clarifies that it originates from creatures that materialize from portals, universally identified as demons, and this item is analogous to their heart. She mentions that a fiendish core is an agglomeration of mystical power, rendering its energy concentration quite substantial. Due to this, It is exceptionally prized and chiefly utilized as propellant for locomotives, as well as being pertinent to the mystical demon artifact. Her sibling requisitioned, John feels astounded by her elucidation and motions toward the fiendish core, inquiring if the proprietor requisitioned it also. Yunho shakes her head and elucidates that what her sibling requisitioned was something distinct. She urges him to recollect the WRM scale she presented previously, and abruptly, Chun remembers and asks if she's alluding to the ichor that exuded. Yunho corroborates his recollection, clarifying that her sibling had requisitioned a taxidermy demon at that juncture. She mentions that she deposited it at the locale where they toil. On those scales, Yuna underscores that cleansing is paramount for taxidermy demons, and because she could not confide in that purveyor, she had solicited John's assistance. If this fiendish core processed in the identical location doesn't respond to his anti-magic disposition, then it ought to present no complication. As Chan assimilates her clarifications, he gazes at the fiendish core situated on the counter. Yunha, exhilarated, encourages him to make contact with it. With a pulsating heart, Chan tentatively extends and positions his hand upon it. Abruptly, there is a substantial detonation, and a rose-hued vapor erupts from the core. Both Yuna and Sean react, swiftly scurrying out of the emporium to evade the peculiar event. Positioned externally, Sean commences to hack intensely. Wei glances rearward at the emporium. He is astounded to observe that the entire vicinity is enveloped in the rose vapor. He calls out to Yunho, his voice elevated in vexation. He reminds her that she guaranteed him it would be satisfactory, and that it wasn't perilous, inquiring what this malodorous fume is. With a grimace, he mentions that the stench is truly repugnant. As John voices his discomfort, Yunho's demeanor transforms to one of ire and gravity. Incensed, she strikes a proximate metallic pole, distorting it with vigor in a stern inflection. She summons some individuals, reviling them for botching the assignment and falsifying about it. Resolved, she proclaims that she is proceeding to rectify it all. She advances, informing John she will be contacting the merchant. For an instant, John observes her with dilated eyes, experiencing a sensation of apprehension as she navigates the corner of the emporium. He murmurs to himself that Yunha is genuinely incensed. He stands proximate to the distorted poles, feeling marginally more composed. Notwithstanding the turmoil surrounding him, he reflects that it is logical, but he still frets about what to undertake. Concerning the predicament with the emporium, he glances at the interior once more, realizing he lacks even the fortitude to step inside. Owing to the dreadful stench, he observes that if this persists, it will be arduous to accommodate patrons this evening. Engrossed in thought, he abruptly hears someone summon him, addressing him as a proprietor. Turning to the origin of the voice, he beholds the identical automaton that once toppled outside their emporium. Chan greets the automaton courteously, inquiring if it is the one who experienced the tumble on the bicycle. With a cheerful mien, the automaton thanks him for recollecting. However, the automaton swiftly shifts attention to the emporium, indicating that the fume and stench are the consequence of the fiendish core cleansing procedure. It asks Chan if he is genuinely processing a fiendish core at a convenience emporium, feeling somewhat apprehensive and abashed. Chan responds that it appears that is the circumstance. He extends apologies to the automaton, addressing it as a patron, and mentions that it might need to proceed to another convenience emporium, since they cannot function presently because of the repugnant stench. Upon perceiving this, the automaton swiftly glances back at him in astonishment. Abruptly, they hear vociferous sounds emanating from behind the emporium. It is Yunha conversing on the telephone. She elevates her voice, demanding to ascertain about the fiendish core and what the charlatans are prattling about. Yunha asserts that she doesn't presume the matter will conclude with merely dissolving the agreement, and cautions that they will pursue restitution for losses. Both Chan and the automaton listen attentively as the merchant replies. Yuna's vexation intensifies, and she irately asks if he lacks the currency, insinuating that he is merely going to abscond from the predicament. After a fervent exchange, she proclaims that she will manage it personally and directs him to simply await. With that, she strides back towards Chan, Her vexation palpable, she delivers a potent blow to the partition, generating a fissure at the impact locus and reclines against it. Visibly perturbed as she frets about the predicament, John tenderly calls out to her, inquiring if she is all right. Yunha gazes up at him with wide, naive eyes and steps nearer. She offers apologies, clarifying that she became genuinely incensed due to the deceiver. John inquires concerning what she articulated, flashing a charming smile. She recounts that the merchant asserted they executed everything correctly, and one of them even insinuated that it was her blunder. She asks John if that isn't amusing perceiving this. John reflects that it is apparent to anyone that it is a dubious enterprise. He then shifts the dialogue back to the fume and the repugnant stench, inquiring about it with a mournful mien. Yunho concurs and clarifies that since it is the weekend, all the other enterprises are shuttered. She mentions that it is merely her and her sibling who are bearing the brunt of the abrupt solicitations. She offers apologies again for the disruption. John reassures her that it is acceptable because it is not her culpability. As they persist in their dialogue, the automaton interjects from behind them, simply asserting that he will inspect this. Both John and Yunha oriented towards him, their eyes dilating in astonishment. Chan asks if he genuinely desires to probe it all. The automaton displays a sweet smile from his monitor and corroborates that he can manage the predicament instantly. Chan appears flabbergasted and endeavors to caution him that it might be somewhat perilous. However, the automaton recollects the prior episode when Chan aided him with a bicycle. He informs Chan how profoundly affected he was by that benevolence, something he has never encountered before in his existence. He clarifies that this is why he genuinely wishes to recompense Chan with a self-assured look. The automaton guarantees them that there won't be any unforeseen complications, so they can entrust it all to him. He mentions that he will address it promptly. As he strides toward the convenience emporium, John and Yunha observe him in astonishment. Yunha remarks with a trace of sorrow that she feels unashamed for soliciting assistance, but ponders if the automaton is a frequent patron. John responds simply that he isn't a frequent one, as the automaton scrutinizes the fiendish core still situated on the counter. John clarifies to Yunha that the automaton had toppled due to his bicycle a few days prior, and both he and her sibling assisted him at that juncture. Perceiving this, Yunho comments that both Chan and her sibling are exceptionally benevolent. Concurrently, the automaton activates a light on his visage and meticulously reaches for the fiendish core. Yunha asks John what the automaton is undertaking. John clarifies to Yunha that the automaton is the manufactory superintendent and specializes in dispatching monstrosities. As the automaton retrieves the fiendish core from the emporium, Yuna commences to comprehend the predicament and comments that this must be why the automaton is so self-assured. John, still perplexed, asks her to elucidate. She informs him that the automaton is a category of mechanical effigy, outfitted with sophisticated technological proficiencies. Since he is the superintendent, it implies that his aptitudes are premier and dependable. As they converse, the automaton clutches the fiendish core in one palm and energizes a current at his fingertip with the other. When he makes contact with his digit to the core, a cerulean current abruptly emanates from it, enveloping the entire vicinity. John and Yunha observe in astonishment, their mouths agape and eyes dilate. After a moment, the automaton materializes from the emporium, the current still arcing around his physique. He holds the cleansed fiendish core with both palms and presents it to them, blinking. He proclaims that the cleansing procedure is 100% finalized. He addresses Chan as a proprietor, lauding him for how admirably everything was managed. Observing the automaton's triumph, Yunho radiates with elation, exclaiming how remarkable he is. However, John remains startled and asks if he's alright. Given the colossal electric current that just transpired, the automaton reassures him that it is a natural occurrence that enables cleansing, so everything is satisfactory. As John scrutinizes the fiendish core more intently, he perceives that its hue has completely transformed and inquires about it, still clutching the core. The automaton clarifies that this hue alteration transpires when cleansing is finalized, but then he shifts to a grave inflection, revealing that his examination indicates it has been cleansed twice. He orients to Yunha and counsels her emphatically against transacting with the enterprise she was conversing with previously. With an apprehensive mien and beads of perspiration on her forehead, she nods in concurrence. The automaton persists, asserting that the examination reveals the initial cleansing was merely 80% finalized. He mentions that if they hadn't overseen the procedure, it would have indubitably detonated. He envisions a scenario where orcs are managing the fiendish core, chuckling as they propose utilizing nasal fluid instead of the costly cleansed water. Realizing this, the automaton remarks that the valuation of cleansed water has been escalated precipitously recently, which likely prompted them to economize in order to conserve currency. As John assimilates this intelligence, he fixes Yunho with a penetrating gaze. Ire surges within her as she voices her indignation at those accountable for bungling the fiendish core, proclaiming in a vehement inflection that she will disjoin their flesh from their skeletons. After perceiving all this, the automaton's disposition shifts to one of sorrow. Speaking softly, he concedes the substantial workload recently, which he can comprehend concerned. John inquires additionally about the predicament. The automaton clarifies that around May, the energizing of the gateway diminishes, resulting in a reduced provision of monstrosities. Consequently, the manufactory's workload has considerably lessened, impelling others to employ perilous tactics. He mentions sorrowfully that his own manufactory hasn't obtained any work solicitations since the preceding month, leaving him to meander aimlessly and feel vexed. After perceiving the automaton's quandary, Sean remains serene and reassures him that there is no necessity for apprehension. The automaton appears bewildered, prompting Sean to clarify that Yuna is presently pursuing new associates. Yuna flashes a cordial smile, her optimistic eyes meeting the automaton's as she enthusiastically presents him an opportunity to affiliate with her. She cheerfully notifies him that they possess numerous solicitations, furnishing ample work prospects. With a courteous demeanor, she addresses him as an automaton and asks if he would desire to formalize an agreement with them. Upon perceiving such benevolent expressions, the automaton experiences a blend of sorrow and thankfulness, but he nods in concurrence, asserting that he will formalize the agreement promptly. The pair of them joyfully clasp hands, cementing their affiliation. Yunho radiates with delight, exclaiming that it's marvelous, and invites him to mount her steed so they can depart to formalize the agreement. The automaton readily concurs, responding with a simple affirmative. Concurrently, Chan observes them with a cheerful mien, applauding for their recently established affiliation. As they advance, Yunha is filled with elation, while the automaton glances rearward at Chan, a trace of apprehension on his visage. He asks Chan if the subsequent cleansing was executed by the proprietor. John corroborates it with a nod, asserting that it's accurate. The automaton then observes that there isn't even cleansed water in the convenience emporium, let alone any suitable apparatus, which stimulated his inquisitiveness about how the cleansing was achieved. Experiencing a surge of apprehension, John commences to perspire, contemplating whether he ought to disclose his anti-magic disposition. Precisely then, Yunha orients back and with a radiant smile proclaims that of confidence. She requests the automaton not to inquire additionally. Subsequently, John withdraws his mystical telephone and captures an image of the partition where Yunha had struck previously. With a flourish of his wrist, he rectifies the impairment, restoring the partition to its original condition. Concurrently, the automaton is seated alongside Yunha on the winged steed, and they ascend collectively. As they traverse through the firmament, the automaton glances rearward at Chan, gesturing and calling out that he will return shortly. Chan glances at his telephone, murmuring that he presumes it would be erroneous to let the day elapse quietly. As well, he mentions that if a day could transpire without episode, he wouldn't desire anything further. Just as he concludes speaking, a notification materializes on his telephone, startling him when he inspects it. He realizes it's from Yunha. She presents herself, mentioning that she acquired his number from her sibling, and conveys her thankfulness for his assistance that day. As he peruses further, He observes that she thanks him for his efforts with the automaton. Noting that Chan nearly finalized the cleansing, she commends him, saying his constitution is formidable, and notifies him that she will remit him the cleansing remuneration later. At the conclusion of her message, she solicits his support in the time to come. After perusing her messages, Chan responds simply that he doesn't truly wish to solicit currency, and thanks her alternatively, however. He abruptly commences to ponder if Yunha is genuinely a delivery operative. He recollects previous encounters with her, remembering how potent she had appeared when they conversed about monstrosities previously. He mentions that she doesn't resemble an ordinary delivery operative. John commences to realize that perhaps all delivery operatives in this realm are comparably robust. Maybe only the robust can persist in such a taxing milieu, extending his limbs and feeling serene. He murmurs to himself that he doesn't know definitively, but intends to inquire of her subsequently. He ponders if the stench in the Emporium has ultimately abated. As he advances toward the Emporium, he abruptly hears a sound as if someone has toppled proximately. He swiftly orients to behold a young woman concerned. He asks if she's all right arising. She replies that she is satisfactory and apologizes for startling him. When Chan gazes more intently at her, he is startled to realize that she is indeed other than the identical succubus patron from before, now adorned in exquisite attire. She appears equally astounded to behold him, with a sorrowful yet charming mien. She calls him a proprietor and once more apologizes for disturbing him while he's engaged. After that, John escorts her inside the Emporium, and they both assume seats at the table. A pair of cups of coffee are situated before them, and she once more apologizes for startling him. With a dejected mien, she imparts that she ventured to the establishment with her colleagues, but they disregarded her and absconded, tears emerging in her eyes. She asks him if it isn't excessive to anticipate them to include her, and ponders how they could depart without her. Observing her allure and perceiving her words, John is astounded by how distinct she appears. As she partakes of her coffee, he reflects to himself that this must be what they term a woman's metamorphosis. Abruptly, he returns to actuality, realizing that she made an endeavor to go to the establishment, but is now so sorrowful with a grave mien. He addresses her as a patron and asks why she is present. He queries whether she ventured to the establishment to have an enjoyable time, noting that she could have experienced more amusement independently. In his expressions, she repositions her coffee cup back on the table and remains taciturn. John then inquires if she ventured there in pursuit of genuine affection. Upon perceiving this, she leaps up from the table, clearly vexed, and positions her hands on the surface. As she exclaims that it's not like that whatsoever, Chan gazes at her perplexed. She demands to ascertain what genuine affection even constitutes, her voice escalating in ire, as she reveals that today is her inaugural visit to the establishment, and it was all compelled by her superiors. She clarifies that they coerced her along without her acquiescence. As Chan persists to listen, she commences recounting her encounter. She had desired to explore informal courtship, so she had solicited her superiors for counsel, but they possessed unreasonable stipulations. They insisted that if she wished to court, she needed to frequent the establishment and pledge to mentor her through it. However, when they arrived, her superiors underscored that practical exposure was vital, and then forsook her, leaving her solitary and uncertain of what to undertake. Still disoriented from the predicament, she abruptly found herself accosted by a merman who requested her to dance. She shakes her head, commenting on how ungainly it felt precisely then. She recollects the merman stating it was the wooing ritual of his kin. Compounding her mortification, she clarifies that while her superiors are engrossed dancing with gentlemen from diverse species, they completely disregard her, engaging in amorous dialogues with other gentlemen. She finally contrives to elude the merman, but other gentlemen persist to approach her, swaying their physiques in an overpowering fashion. With tears emerging in her eyes, she confesses to Chan that she felt as if she was going to perish from mortification. After unburdening her heart to him, she mentions that she genuinely detests those superiors. Concurrently, Sean sips his coffee, a tender smile on his visage, as he reflects about how arduous her encounter must have been. The succubus patron reclaims her seat, her mien a blend of charm and residual vexation. Sean kindly asks her if her superiors tendered any additional counsel, noting that it appears she has undergone quite an ordeal. did indeed propose several other ideas. However, those were not especially beneficial. He muses their strategy is a frequent one in romantic connections, recalling that his own companions had comparable notions. Intrigued, he inquires about her perspectives on attempting something novel. She extracts her mobile device and glances upon it, then informs him courteously that one of her seniors did suggest a matchmaking application. Nevertheless, since it's her initial experience utilizing one, she wavered because she was unacquainted with its operation. At that instant, Sean asks if he might inspect her cellular phone. She relinquishes it to him without reluctance. As he peruses the application, he observes that the primary step is to capture a truly fine profile image. She concurs, keen to advance. When he readies to capture the image, she gazes at the lens, a faint smile upon her lips, but she appears immobilized in position. Perceiving her rigidity, he gently reminds her that since it isn't an employment interview photograph, she ought to feel unconstrained to beam. This only renders her more apprehensive. She nervously cradles her visage and concedes that even the notion of capturing a photo makes her unsettled. As John concentrates on her, she voices her anxieties about her cosmetics being disheveled and her general deficiency in skill at capturing photographs. She confesses that she doesn't even capture self-portraits because of just as she descends into unease. John abruptly tells her that she's lovely. Her eyes widen in amazement, and he adds courteously that she was attractive previously, but this day she appears even more luminous. He reassures her that there's no necessity to fret. All she has to accomplish is smile. Heartened by his gracious words, she resolves to give it an attempt. With a warm spirit and a blush suffusing her cheeks, she finally unwinds and flashes a genuinely charming smile at it. At this juncture, she looks truly exquisite. Seizing the occasion, John swiftly captures the photo and returns the phone to her. He informs her that now she merely needs to input her particulars and a salutation for her profile. He clarifies that once she does that, the mechanism will automatically locate a suitable counterpart for her. Her countenance illuminates with joy as she thanks him for his support. She eagerly commences entering her information with fervor. Just as she is about to conclude, a notification materializes, proclaiming that the mechanism has discovered her a prospective counterpart. Astonished, she exclaims that it appears she's paired with someone. She excitedly displays the screen to Chan, revealing that her counterpart is an incubus just like herself. She asks him what he perceives of this individual. Chan glances at the image, but he experiences a pang of unease as she characterizes the fellow as very dynamic, which seems to diverge from her own disposition. Focusing on the likeness, he perceives the golden embellishments adorning the fellow's visage and physique, prompting him to speculate about the man's peculiar fashion. To his amazement, he also observes a woman's hand with crimson nail lacquer resting upon the fellow's shoulder. John cannot resist, but query whether the incubus had excerpted a photograph of himself with another individual and submitted it. As he scrutinizes the image, a fresh message abruptly materializes on the phone, startling him unawares. The succubus young lady glances at the message and her mien enlivens. She detects an archaic term in the script, NTR, which signifies unadulterated affection. Elated, she exclaims that it's a rather stylish appellation. However, without forewarning, Chan snatches the phone from her grasp, leaving her perplexed and speculating what he is undertaking. He proceeds to expunge all the information from the application. In a serene inflection, he queries her concerning the senior who suggested the application, asking if they frequently engage in jests with her. She appears astonished and asks how he ascertained that. A distinct recollection flashes in her psyche, and she replies with amazement that he is accurate. They perpetually perpetrate jests on her. Each instance she becomes perturbed. They simply remark it is charming and disregard her sentiments. With a courteous mien, she mentions that one of the seniors who accompanied her to the club this day was indeed a member of that contingent. Still bewildered, she speculates how John unraveled it all. Upon perceiving her words, he commences to comprehend the predicament and realizes that this day's club excursion might be merely another jest. Comprehending this, Sean resolves to redirect the dialogue to a disparate subject. With a casual demeanor, he asks her what sort of individual she pictures for herself. Still somewhat perplexed, she speculates why he is inquiring that. He clarifies that he cannot assist her in finding a romantic associate without knowing her quintessential type, and concedes he feels somewhat disoriented. Courteously, he mentions that if she possesses a distinct notion of the kind of individual she favors, it would simplify locating a suitable counterpart. As she digests his query, a contemplative mien traverses her visage. Initially, an indistinct image of a gentleman materializes in her psyche, but his attributes remain veiled. She muses internally that she desires someone with whom she can impart her deepest sentiments, someone she can depend upon. She silently wishes for an associate who will listen to her preposterous narratives with forbearance. As her reflections progress, a more distinct depiction of that gentleman begins to crystallize in her psyche. She envisions a gentleman who would smile and embrace her, even when she feels weary and exposed. The image becomes more lucid, and she finally perceives the complete embodiment of her ideal associate. However, when she takes a nearer look at this figure, she is startled to realize that the individual she has conjured up in her fantasy, someone who personifies all her aspirations, is indeed none other than Chan himself. Lost in contemplation about him, she abruptly gazes at Chan, her mien filled with astonishment. He inquires about what is afflicting her, but she swiftly departs the emporium without an utterance. As dawn breaks, John finds himself outside the convenience emporium tidying refuse. While still mulling over the preceding encounter, he speculates if the succubus young lady arrived home securely. Experiencing a pang of apprehension about her abrupt exit, she had mentioned desiring to return home, and he cannot dispel the unease that he might have uttered something to perturb her. John reflects on how preposterous it is for someone like himself, who has never known affection, to dispense counsel on romantic matters. Lost in these reflections, he abruptly hears someone address him, an elder from behind. Orienting around, he is met by the accustomed spectacle of the diminutive dragon young lady, who beams up at him with a charming smile. John responds with a courteous salutation of his own, and perceives she's clutching something in her palms. Intrigued, he asks if she brought some sketching parchment along. Her eyes illuminate as she joyfully replies that she did. As the diminutive dragon young lady hastens towards Sean, excitedly proclaiming that she intends to sketch for an extended period this day, her foot ensnares on a diminutive pebble in the thoroughfare, and she abruptly tumbles to the earth. Alarmed, Chan hastens over, calling out to her in apprehension. He swiftly elevates her up and tenderly asks if she is all right, or if she has injured herself anywhere. The diminutive young lady responds courteously, assuring him that she is satisfactory. But just then a gentleman with a leporine visage approaches, unease etched across his features. He calls out to her asking if she is all right. Erroneously presuming the diminutive young lady is Chan's offspring, he offers some remedy he possesses on hand, inquiring if Chan would desire to accept it for her. Tears well up in the diminutive young lattice eyes at the notion of her fault, while Chan experiences a blush of abashment at the misapprehension. He glances back at the leporine-faced gentleman, endeavoring to process the predicament. Subsequently, Chan escorts the diminutive dragon young lady inside the emporium and seats her at the counter. Just then another patron ambles into the convenience emporium, a young lady with pinions emerging from her back. With a radiant smile, she gazes at the diminutive young lady and exclaims how charming she is. She asks if she enjoys biscuits, and proffers her a few before proceeding on her way. As the winged young lady departs, another patron enters, a young lad with a canine-like visage. He spots the diminutive young lady and beams with elation, erroneously presuming she is Chan's offspring. He informs John how endearing and lovely she is before departing. Moments thereafter, a tertiary patron arrives, sporting a Chelonian-like visage. He smiles at the diminutive young lady and joyfully comments on how commendable it is that she accompanies her progenitor to work. He offers her some refreshments as a present, and mentions that just observing Chan's splendid offspring cheers him up for the day. Chan glances at the diminutive young lady, perceiving that she clutches the diverse delicacies gifted to her by the patrons, yet she appears somewhat dejected. He mulls over the predicament, realizing that everyone seems to presume he is her progenitor. With a serene demeanor, he reflects that if he had wedded prematurely, he might have possessed an offspring like her. Lost in thought, the diminutive young lady abruptly calls out to him, apologizing. He gazes at her perplexed and asks why she's extending apologies. With a mournful mien, The diminutive dragon young lady replies that she is extending apologies because she feels as if she is inconveniencing him while he is occupied. She offers another apology for arriving so prematurely, feeling somewhat regretful for her. John reassures her that she doesn't need to do that. He gently positions his hand on her head and informs her that, on the contrary, her presence has genuinely enhanced the shop's commerce. Astonished, she asks him to corroborate that. John nods and clarifies that, owing to something he terms a mundane malaise, everyone transforms into automatons. With an inquisitive look, she asks what mundane malaise is. He characterizes it as a dreadful affliction that only grown-ups endure, clarifying that when Monday arrives, everyone feels dejected and sore all over. However, he adds genuinely that this day, when everyone observed her, their spirits elevated and the patron's dispositions improved. As she listens attentively while clutching the refreshments and beverages, Sean asks if she would be amenable to greeting the visitors. He smiles and encourages her to greet them with a broad smile. She nods enthusiastically and proclaims that she will endeavor diligently at it. He thanks her for that and serenely informs her he will package the refreshments into a sack for her. As they converse, a young lady patron enters the convenience emporium, appearing palpably weary and out of sorts. In a bewildered voice, she calls out to Chan, asking where the crapulence remedy is. Chan simply directs her in the correct path, informing her it's directly ahead. However, still feeling disoriented, she struggles to apprehend his directions. Concurrently, the diminutive dragon young lady observes the scene with a charming smile. She calls out to the patron, greeting her courteously as a sibling. The patron appears perplexed initially, but her bewilderment swiftly transforms to elation when she observes the diminutive young lattice's endearing visage. With a cordial smile, she exclaims how charming the diminutive young lady is, speculating aloud how someone can be so captivating. She mentions with a whimsical inflection that she nearly had her affection purloined. Turning to Chan, the patron comments that he must be elated to have such a delightful offspring. Chan beams at the commendation, experiencing a surge of satisfaction after completing her acquisition. She deposits the items in a sack and thanks the diminutive young lady again, mentioning that she feels reinvigorated. As she gestures adieu to both John and the diminutive young lady, she comments that they will convene again shortly. John reciprocates her valediction with a smile, thankful for the cheerful exchange subsequently. John glances at the diminutive young lady and realizes that not only does she elevate patron spirits, but she also augments sales, as she stands there clutching an assortment of delicacies, like confections and baked goods. He remarks on the notable influence she has on the emporium. He positions all the items into a sack for her and proclaims that it's time to fashion another present. He then asks if she possesses any hued styluses. With a charming smile, she responds affirmatively and settles down at the table. Keen to commence her endeavor, John encourages her to sketch a backdrop initially and courteously inquires about the kind of panorama she envisions. With unadulterated fervor, she replies that she desires an expansive meadow beneath a clear cerulean firmament. Standing by her flank, he counsels her to delineate it on the sketching parchment and reminds her that once she concludes, they can affix the paper blossoms they fashioned previously. Fully engrossed in her creation, she nods in concurrence. Just then, Chan perceives another patron entering the emporium. As he observes the newcomer, he realizes that it's a patron with a feline-like appearance. Chan cordially greets him and offers support. The patron glances around and asks where the refreshments are situated. John directs him in the correct path, informing him to proceed directly and then veer left to locate the refreshment shelf. The patron thanks him and proceeds to search for what he requires from behind the counter. John presumes that this day is progressing seamlessly, likely attributable to the diminutive young lady, rendering it simpler to engage with patrons. As these notions whirl in his psyche, he abruptly perceives the diminutive young lady, silently motioning for his regard. He gazes over at her, bewilderment apparent on his visage, and asks what she requires. As he approaches, she calls out to him softly, addressing him as an elder. She then mentions the feline-faced patron, stating that the feline is entirely ebon. John glances at the patron, who is whistling serenely and responds with amazement, indicating that the patron's pelt appears umber. He queries whether she means the patron's attire is ebon. She shakes her head and slowly clarifies that she isn't referring to his garments. Intrigued, John asks if she is implying that the patron possesses a somber heart. The diminutive young lady, feeling valiant, conceals beneath the counter with him and peeks out at the patron. John inquires again if she presumes the patron is malevolent. She nods, clarifying that if someone intends to perpetrate something improper, their heart turns somber, surreptitiously observing the patron. John asks how she ascertains this. With serene certitude, she replies that she has observed gentlemen and ladies alter their intentions in such a manner. Previously impressed, John comments on how discerning she is and concedes that she is genuinely an exceptional child. However, he reflects that the patron appears innocuous for the present. He recollects the supervisor mentioning that dragons can perceive magic, which makes him place even greater credence in the words of this naive, diminutive dragon young lady concurring with her insight. Sean arises prepared to maintain vigilance on the predicament. He retrieves the swab and tells the diminutive young lady to remain stationary for a moment. As he commences cleansing the floor, he inches nearer to the patron, his eyes narrowed with concentration. With his complete regard on the gentleman, he readies himself for any potential trouble, presuming that if the patron endeavors to purloin or snatch something and make an escape, he will ensure he experiences the smart of retribution delivered by his swab. To his amazement, the patron simply positions a packet of refreshments on the counter and calls out for him to process the transaction. Chan immobilizes, utterly flabbergasted. He speculates why the patron is present to pay, if he wasn't intending to purloin anything after all. The patron reiterates his solicitation, asking Sean to inform him the price and collect the remittance. Returning to actuality, Sean swiftly concurs, stating that he'll manage it promptly. As he verifies the price of the refreshments, a residual bewilderment persists in his psyche about whether this patron is genuinely blameless or if there's something dubious beneath the exterior. As the diminutive young lady surreptitiously peeks at the scene from behind the counter, Chan commences to speculate if the patron might be contriving something nefarious. He queries himself about what he ought to undertake if that's the circumstance. Just as the patron withdraws his billfold to remit for the refreshments, Sean executes a swift maneuver and seizes the man's hand. The patron appears startled by the abrupt action. Sean swiftly offers apologies, but insists that he needs to observe the contents of the billfold while firmly grasping the patron's hand. He reassures him that it will only require a moment. His agitation gets the better of him, and he commences to say that 1 minute ought to be adequate. But then he swiftly amends himself, saying that merely 30 seconds will suffice. The patron remains perplexed, glancing at Chan with a mixture of amazement and incertitude, as Chan requests him to simply permit him to inspect his billfold. The patron firmly demands to ascertain why Chan wishes to inspect his billfold. At that instant, Chan's suspicion intensifies. He recollects a prior encounter with a vampire-used identification card and realizes that this billfold must also be a mystical item. He frets that if he touches it, he might experience something analogous to what transpired with the vampire youth. Just as these notions whirl in his psyche, the feline-faced patron swiftly strikes Chan's hand, breaking free from his clutch. The patron loudly queries why Chan is holding his hand, his inflection filled with vexation. He orders Chan somewhat apprehensively not to touch him again. Chan, feels the urgent necessity to acquire that billfold, notwithstanding the patron's demeanor. He's perplexed by the man's conduct, especially as the diminutive young lady looks on with dilated eyes, astonished by the scene, endeavoring to maintain his composure. John clarifies that he simply wishes to inspect the billfold because it appears truly stylish. He feigns a smile and mentions that he's interested in acquiring one just like it. He asks the patron if he could corroborate the brand of the billfold and if he could take a swift look. However, the patron, still speaking in a stern and agitated inflection, resolutely demurs and threatens to summon the constabulary, querying John's sanity in the proceeding. Perceiving the patron's threat to summon the constabulary, the diminutive young lady appears apprehensive. John swiftly urges the man not to make that summons, clarifying that he simply wishes to observe the billfold. As they converse, The diminutive young lady sweetly calls out to the feline-faced patron, drawing both their regard, observing the strain in the atmosphere. She beams a captivating smile and courteously asks if she could observe his billfold just a trifle. Her naive eyes gaze up at him, and the patron, momentarily enthralled by her charm, finds his hand instinctively extending to offer her his billfold. Though he murmurs about why he ought to relinquish it to her, his hand seems to operate of its own volition. As the billfold slips from his clutch, John seizes the occasion and swiftly seizes it. In his psyche, he presumes the diminutive young lady performed a splendid job diverting the patron. However, as John endeavors to inspect the billfold, something peculiar transpires. It abruptly slips from his palms and descends to the earth. Chan's eyes widen in astonishment as he observes the billfold distend before him, leaving him utterly bewildered. The feline-faced patron, equally flabbergasted, gasps in disbelief, querying what has transpired. The billfold commences to enlarge, causing the patron to break into an apprehensive perspiration. He gazes at it in amazement, asking why its dimension is abruptly augmenting like this. Perceiving the peculiar reaction and the radiant illuminations emanating from the billfold, John swiftly scoops up the diminutive young lady and ducks behind the counter for refuge. As the illuminations diminish, he cautiously glances back to observe a scattering of items on the floor. Refreshments, dentifrice, crisps, and diverse other merchandise from his emporium. Astonished, Chan speculates why all these items detonated out of the billfold, peeking at the feline-faced patron, who is seated on the floor, clutching his head. Chan realizes the unsettling verity. This patron has been surreptitiously purloining from it, concealing the pilfered merchandise in a mystical billfold. Flabbergasted by the disclosure of how many items the patron has taken, John turns to the diminutive young lady, who appears just as apprehensive. He gently reassures her to remain stationary for a moment before stepping forward to retrieve the swab from the corner. With a grave and irate demeanor, he approaches the patron still seated on the floor. He positions the swab before the man and firmly states that it appears the patron possesses the faculty to observe and articulate adequately. Chan asserts that they need to have a concise dialogue. In a stern inflection, he orders the patron to depart the emporium and cautions him never to reappear. As the diminutive young lady observes the scene, John warns the patron in a grave inflection that if he ever reappears, he will find his visage becoming a cleansing cloth. Alarmed by John's irate demeanor, the feline-faced patron swiftly absconds the emporium. Exhaling wearily, John presumes to himself that he'll have to tidy up once more. Sensing his weariness, the diminutive young lady approaches him with an apprehensive mien and asks if he's all right. He turns to her, reassures her that he is satisfactory, and gently inquires if she is injured anywhere. With a radiant smile, she replies that she is perfectly unimpaired. John positions his hand on her head, thanking her genuinely, and conveying his thankfulness for her assistance in averting the pilferage. Just then the supervisor enters the emporium, calling out that it was genuinely Chan who managed the patron. Chan turns to her in amazement, experiencing a mixture of bewilderment and apprehension. As he endeavors to clarify that it was merely an unavoidable mishap, the supervisor flashes him a cordial smile, reassuring him that everything is satisfactory and that he doesn't need to fret. She courteously asks if he could elucidate the predicament in greater detail. John nods in concurrence and commences to recount the entire episode. As John concludes elucidating everything, the supervisor stands proximately clutching the peculiar billfold. She scrutinizes it intently and asks if all the pilfered items were inside this billfold. Seated on the floor alongside the diminutive young lady and organizer, he simply nods, mentioning that he isn't entirely certain, but suspects that the items might have been relocated into it when he retrieved them. He speculates aloud if it could have been mystically shifted into the billfold. Still focused on the billfold, the supervisor replies that he is likely accurate. She clarifies that this billfold is a mystical implement, an illicitly altered one at that. It appears to contain teleportation and spatial distension enchantments, and it has been modified to circumvent security magic. After imparting this intelligence, she inquires how John came to ascertain all of this. Feeling somewhat apprehensive, John glances at the diminutive young lady, who also seems bewildered by the query. He concedes that it's somewhat arduous to elucidate presently. The supervisor then directs her regard to the diminutive young lady, smiling as she comments on her singular presence. She thanks her for assisting with the emporium tidy. However, when the diminutive young lady senses the supervisor moving nearer, she swiftly withdraws behind, Chan displaying a trace of trepidation. Observing it all, the supervisor wears a smile, but her heart feels somber. She kneels down, her voice tinged with sorrow, and gently reassures the diminutive young lady that she is not a malevolent individual. John intercedes to support her, asking the diminutive young lady if it's time for nursery school now. With a charming nod, she replies affirmatively. The supervisor arises again, gazing at both of them as John proffers the diminutive young lady her sack, filled with the refreshments she acquired as presents. He informs her that they will fashion her progenitors present another instance. She concurs, serenely stating that she comprehends. With that, she cheerfully bids adieu to both Chan and the supervisor, and proceeds toward the conveyance. Chan and the supervisor gesture at her, urging her to be cautious on her journey. Once she departs, the supervisor turns back to Chan and courteously asks if he identified the billfold. Owing to his corporeal faculties, he nods and clarifies that when he initially spotted the billfold, he sensed a potent precariousness around it. He mentions that previously, he needed to inspect intently to perceive such things, but this instance, the precariousness was so conspicuous that it was apparent at a glance. This lucidity permitted him to identify it instantly. Reflecting on everything, the supervisor remarks that it appears John's constitution is progressively ameliorated. With an apprehensive mien, he concurs with her. She clarifies that, much like thaumaturges who grow more potent through the utilization of magic, Chan's corporeal condition may be experiencing a comparable augmentation, owing to all the adversities he has confronted since arriving in this realm. She suggests that this could be a form of insight, corporeal maturation. After imparting her reflections, she withdraws her phone, dials the constabulary number, and states that they will deliberate this additionally this evening. But initially, she needs to address the pilferage that transpired this day. John nervously interjects, insisting that it's superfluous since the matter has been rectified. However, the supervisor remains resolute and finalizes the summons to the constabulary. A brief interval later, the identical female constabulary officer arrives at the convenience emporium with an unembellished demeanor. She clarifies that she has arrived in response to notifications concerning the possession and utilization of illicit mystical implements as well as an attempted larceny, presenting herself as Urwell.